They're on Bristol time.
We're just going to stand in the center of the
Okay,
stage for
perfect.
about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Starting now?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready? This is on, or I need to turn it on?
They'll bring up the levels.
Perfect. Ready? Okay. You'll stay there? Welcome. Welcome. All right, and we begin. I invite you to settle into your seats. We're going to be doing a short visualization, so get comfortable, and I invite you to close down your eyes. Feeling your feet on the floor, connecting to the earth. Feel your body in your chair and become fully present. Take the deepest breath you've taken yet today. I invite you to find yourself in a vision of the futures. It's the year 2093, 70 years into the future. This is a future where our mission here at the summit has failed. Your grandchildren's grandchildren now walk this earth, but the earth looks very different. Covered in megacities so vast that it's difficult to tell where one ends and the next begins. But it doesn't matter. The one world government distinguishes people by number, and wherever you are, they know. AI misses nothing. AI runs everything. Without emotion, rational, without compassion. It's a fall day and you walk down the street with your eyes on the ground. People don't like catching eyes. Eyes tell too much about what's really going on inside, and often what's really going on inside is dangerous. It could have consequences. You're headed to your daily work where AI determines your work for the day. Just get there, do your work, and head back to your apartment. It's safer inside. Hopefully you don't get assigned to medical. That one's just too sad. With the pollution in the air, the chemicals in the water, the foods that are processed and tasteless, you don't even really know what true health feels like. You imagine the early 2020s when we still had a chance to reduce the harm, to mitigate the collapse. We saw the suffering of the world's poorest, the loss of biodiversity, the wealth hoarding. We watched it happen. We could have chosen different, rewilding, regeneration, but fear got in the way, and here you are now. You focus on the ground and imagine, if only and unless, what else could be possible? Take a deep breath and feel in your being what this future feels like. How does your body feel with these visions? This is the future that awaits us if we simply do nothing. Doing nothing is a choice. Now I invite you to imagine a very different future. One where your grandchildren's grandchildren walk this same earth. I invite you to imagine a world that is beyond our dreams of the beloved futures that are possible. Breathe into this possibility and find yourself alive in the year 2093, 70 years into the future. It's a fall day. As you walk along the pathways in this future place that was once called Bristol, you see vibrant colors, bees, butterflies, flowers, trees. You pass others walking along and they look you in the eye. they smile and offer you a loving hello. Connection and relation are deeply embedded in your culture. You're on your way to the market. You do this every day, where food, flowers, handmade goods of all kinds are traded and shared. Your town, your place is distinct and unique. Every place on earth is unique. You've had the chance to visit a few places. Each is so beautifully different in what they eat, make, and create, and yet the same in which the people chose to live next to the land and each other. Climate chaos and remnant toxicity from centuries of extraction are daily realities. But mutual aid and strong relations help to keep your community resilient. Human-paced technologies enhance your experience of living. Everyone in the town makes, offers, and tends. What do you make, offer, and tend? Take a deep breath and feel in your body what this future feels like. How does your body feel with these visions? What do you notice in your system? Only those who have forgotten their presents need the futures. You are here today because you believe in the radical abundance and diversity of a planet that is globally local, human-scaled, human-paced, kind, and pulsed with ethics of care. Peace on earth is possible. Take a deep breath. Feel it fill your lungs. Breathe in possibility. Feel the becoming of your multi-species being. Feeling your feet grounded on the floor, your body in your chair. When you feel ready, you can open your eyes, turn to your neighbor, and with a silent look in your eyes, say to them, thank you for being here.
Of that energy in the next 65 minutes, because ladies and gentlemen, we are talking macroeconomics in a big way. Hold that vibe, hold those moves, hold those shapes that you were throwing. But anyway, I thought, as I was kind of coming down here this morning, I was kind of looking, reminding myself of the lineup. I thought, isn't this great? It's kind of like a radical bingo. Everybody you ever wanted to meet, all in the same place at the same time. You know, look around, there's a whole movement here. I really hope there's not a sudden landslide that swallows St Georges, because, ladies and gentlemen, we'd have to start all over again if we did that. No, we've got a full house, we've got a full house. And I wanted you to sort of kind of take a moment, and I wanted to congratulate you on being here, on all of us for being here, because it's not like it's easy, is it? You know, the fact that you're still here and you're working for nature, for justice, for peace, and quite often, frankly, for common bloody sense. And you've come a long way, and you've got to keep your energy up. That's why we need the music as well. You know, your empathy, the flames of your joy in fighting for Earth and for each other is what will make the difference. So just take a moment, appreciate how far we've come. And, you know, in many ways, we've won the argument. Doesn't feel like it sometimes, but the old ideas now are a dead system walking. It's kind of crazy politics driven by zombie economics. We just now need to win the struggle for action. And as we look ahead, there's kind of two broad, big paths that we face. Down one of them, which is the sort of the dominant corporate globalizing model, we see an economy that knows no limits, is ever growing, expanding, and diverging between rich and poor. We see a sort of a blindness to economic purpose and an undermining of human well-being, a sort of misdirection of our needs. It's a system that undermines our resilience, it's centralizing, it's vulnerable to shocks, it's top-down, it's sort of techno-economic. It makes a mockery of democracy when governments are taking orders from global corporations, from finance, and when we have regulators who are arms of the system that they're meant to be regulating. And one of the great, great ironies that under a rhetoric of freedom and choice, they're imposing on us monocultures which are social and cultural, biological and economic. But there is another path, and that's what we're here to build and to walk down, an adjacent pathway which is available to us, in which we can reduce inequality, we can work within planetary boundaries, we can prioritize human well-being and resilience. There are countless bottom-up alternatives. We can adapt to biological and cultural diversity and promote it. We can reconnect to one another and to nature and create the possibilities for really meaningful democracy in which every day we have some agency over the decisions which shape our lives. But before we dive into our absolutely fantastic panel of speakers, I have to say that, even though I'm one of them, because otherwise I'll be rude to the others. We also need to note that there's another binary out there about the paths which are reaching out before us. And I think it's important to name them and to see them for what they are. And one is a pathway increasingly controlled by a politics of hate, and we see it in this country. And that politics of hate is kind of administering an economics of self-destruction and ultimately death. And it feeds, weirdly, off its own failure. It often seduces and mobilizes the very people it has alienated and dispossessed to vote against their material self-interests. I believe the only way we can answer that is with a politics of love and an economics of life. And if we feel rage also, and I know a lot of us do sometimes, I say let it motivate us to even greater love and greater re-enchantment with life. Now that might sound pretty big picture, but we're going to get down to the details of this now, because we have a session when we are going to, in the next hour or so, unpick the matrix of the global corporate economy. And in that session, if you haven't read your agenda, we're going to touch upon the insights of an economic hitman. We're going to talk about carbon colonialism. We're going to talk about the dictatorship of technology. And then my favorite, because it's mine, is we're going to talk about escaping the apocalypse, because I think we've got to do that first before we do all the other stuff. And with that, I would like to sort of start by introducing John Perkins, who, like for many of us, is like written one of the foundational texts on lifting the lid on the dark workings of the mainstream economy. He was the author of the incredible and best-selling Confessions of an Economic Hitman and many, many, many other books. And he's a vital whistleblower on the clandestine agendas of powerful economic and intelligence institutions. He writes on indigenous cultures and what they can teach the Western world, about sustainability, about transformation, and he's a founder and board member of Dream Change and a co-founder of the Pachamama Alliance. So ladies and gentlemen, please give all the energy that you had before we started talking about economics, bring it back into your hearts, and welcome onto the stage, John Perkins.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. Wow. Thank you, Yurdis. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Thank you to this wonderful conference. And so, are you wondering, what is an economic hitman? Well, I wrote a book about it. It took me many years, and over 200 pages, and it's very humbling to know that somebody else using my voice summarized it in 2-minute cartoon. Can we see that cartoon, please? We economic hitmen have managed to create the world's first truly global empire, and it's basically a secret empire. We do it many ways, but principally, we identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sisters. The money never actually goes to the country, it goes to our own corporations to build big infrastructure projects in that country that help a few very wealthy people, but don't benefit the majority of the people who are too poor to buy electricity or have cars to drive on the highways, and yet they're left holding a huge debt that they can't repay. So we go back at some point and say, you know, you can't pay your debts. Give us a pound of flesh, sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies, vote with us on the next critical UN vote, allow us to build a military base in your backyard, something along these lines. And when we fail, the jackals go in and either overthrow or assassinate these leaders. And if the jackals fail, as they did in Iraq, then we send in the military. I don't think the failure is capitalism. I think it's a specific kind of capitalism that we've developed. We've created what I consider a mutant, viral form of capitalism. And this mutant form of capitalism, which I think is really a predatory form of capitalism, has created an extremely unstable, unsustainable, unjust, and very, very dangerous world. I've met a lot of terrorists. I've interviewed them for books. I've never met one who wanted to be a terrorist. They're desperate people. If we want to get rid of terrorism, we must get rid of the root causes, that cancer that is destroying our whole system. Because I think it's really important that we understand today we cannot have homeland security unless we understand that the whole planet is our homeland. Well, thank you. I think I can leave now. So my job was that. My official title was chief economist at a consulting firm, but my job was really to create what we can call a death economy. It's an economic system that's run by one perception. And that perception really took off when Milton Friedman won the Nobel Prize in 1976. And what he said was the only responsibility of business is to maximize short-term profits, regardless of the social and environmental costs, regardless. And that has run our businesses and it's run us ever since. And so we've created this economic system that is consuming and polluting itself into extinction, a death economy. But it's built on one premise, the idea of maximizing profits and maximizing materialistic consumption. And that's a pretty new premise in human history. I spent a lot of time with indigenous people in the Amazon and elsewhere. We all come from indigenous communities. And you know, if we look at the 200,000 or so years that we've been human beings on this planet, for almost all that time we had life economies. We had circular economic systems, systems that totally took care of themselves, systems that were based on the goal of creating long-term benefits for people and nature. And my friends in the Amazon and elsewhere will tell us, and all of us come from societies that knew that we are a part of nature, not apart from nature. So perhaps the greatest evil of human beings at this time is to believe in human supremacy, that we are the gods, and we can do anything we want with this planet. We can take the air, we can take the water, we can take the earth, we can destroy it in the process of creation.
That had a very important moment at Glasgow in 2001, but was finally finalized in Sharm el-Sheikh last year. And especially regarding the role of carbon markets into the brave new world we are stepping in. So this planned world decarbonization is occupying currently the sense of history, the sense of common goal for humanity. Something that the Christian faith has attempted before. So as we transit out of a Christian sense of history to a completely secular, we are speaking in a former church, by the way, no, is that right? Yeah. So decarbonization becomes equal to salvation, no? All of us want to become carbon neutral, no? A very early critique of carbon credits and carbon trading was that it mimics the medieval devices, the indulgences that actually were very important to the advent of the Reformation and all the consequences that we know. But since the past years, it's not only decarbonization, it's net zero. The EU Green Deal, as in the US, as I believe in the UK, all the policies, they aim for net zero. It's very important to understand that net zero is in itself an equation, because you need to netify, you need to make a trade-off to equalize something. And this has embedded into the scientific view of the carbon flows, cost effectiveness. So we are bringing the capitalism and worse, the neoliberal economics into the flows of nature. And that's I think it's very important to have it very clear. So with the Paris Agreement, we will have cycles of NDCs, nationally determined contribution. And I'm afraid to say that in the mind of the technocratic elite that runs those spaces, it's an improved version of the planned economy of the socialist era, because we need to have everything. It cannot be a decarbonization by one country in itself. It needs to be a synchronized pace. And this is why this decade, that is called the critical decade, from 2021 to 2030, is absolutely essential. Because we need to connect the entire world into this highly electrified grid. This is why the energy transition, because we are uploading to the cloud the money. You know, the money is dematerializing. We are going into the tokenized economy, whatever that means. I've been a very early critic of what I call the carbon metrics. Why? Because from my view, carbon functions as nothing to do with the poor element that is in the table of the periodic table of elements, or the carbon that all life forms carry on. It has become a proxy to refer to a unit of conformity to a very violent process of colonizing our imaginaries. The entire ecological and environmental movement has been hijacked by this carbon narrative that we are not allowed to think out of the box of this extreme reductionist unit of fungibility that they want to make us believe in science, you know, the science that is being servile to this process, chancels or signs off, that will be able to bring, that will allow, to upload the natural capital into the financial system so it can flow around. It dismisses all the qualitative, very subtle ecological nuances and things that cannot be equated. For all the people here that are coming from the real roots environmental movement, we know that the life, we cannot offset one life for another. Every life lives in its very singular, every form of life, individuality that is irreducible. But, sorry that my English today is completely gone, no? But I wanted to, I have this. We heard a lot about the Fridays for Future. No? I want to suggest that today be the Saturday for history, because we can't forget what are global metrics and what do they have represented in history. I come from a continent, from Latin America, from Brazil, where we received the metric system, because remember, without the metric system, we would not have the Celsius scale, and without the Celsius scale and the thermometer, we would not have global warming as a problem, as a rational problem that has some kind of objectivity, no? But strangely enough, the metric system, of course, was imposed by the French when the French could coordinate the flow of commodities and was absolutely crucial to have global markets, was never adopted in UK. You still following the imperial measures, no? We had everywhere in the world, people had trade, had markets, and had all kinds of ways to measure and to trade goods and services and find justice in the transaction. We could do very well without a universal metric system, but now we rely on that to give reality to this large decarbonization enterprise. But as carbon becomes something that is the fungibility, is the fungible unit to all the other greenhouse gases, it functions as a unit of accounting within a concept of climatology that is absolutely computational. We are talking about not the real realm, we are talking mostly about global climate circulation models and the algorithms that they run it. So going back to the Saturdays for history, the history of the CO2-based understanding of climate change started in the 19th century and had a completely phase when it was forgotten, and then it was rediscovered. But it was rediscovered in a context. In the context of the creation of what is called the vast machine, the birth of the cybernetic age, the computational age, and especially the Cold War. Because you need to monitor, atmosphere and atmospheric flows because of the fear of the nuclear winter, but also to monitor the routes for the interballistic nuclear missiles between the two continents. And we cannot forget this military history of how the unifying theory of carbon was imposed, because what we are doing, what we are seeing today on the territories is the Holy Trinity has been serving to a very different purpose on the ground.
Camilla, thank you so much. That's a sweeping analysis of a huge issue. And I should say, your English is absolutely perfect. You should hear my Spanish and Portuguese. It's non-existent. Anyway, we're going to move on from that now. Superpower. It's a powerful critique of the very specific American model of growth that she brought to a Japanese audience. She was also fiercely committed to protecting local seeds, farmers, communities, and public health through opposing the globalization of food systems. And
okay. Yeah. This is a problem what Japanese teenagers have, because they're looking at the smartphone every 3 hours, and they are taking a smartphone and getting impatience and lower concentration. And do you remember that when COVID-19, when pandemic happens, the whole world is telling that, our children cannot go to the school anymore because of COVID-19, so the education has to be digitalized right away. right away, and lock down and close the school and do on the digital education, online education, and give a student a tablet. And later on, I've interviewed a lot of teachers in a different country, and they all said to me, at that time we were so scared of COVID-19, and we're trying to protect the children, so we couldn't even think of alternative. But now we think of that, all the negative effect on children, on tablet education. Why didn't we think of the idea, come up with the idea of having a class outside, on the grass? This guy is a billionaire. He's engineer of Facebook, but he said, there is a biggest regret in my life, and I can't believe I've done it. I can't believe I put that product in the world. So he regretted like hell, and then he stopped doing SNS or smartphone or whatever. This is what he produced. You like this, right? Yeah, and this is what makes us addicted to the smartphone, because it's manipulating our feeling, manipulating children's feeling. A lot of Japanese teenagers are so scared of this. They feel so happy when they get good, but if nobody reacts to their tweet, and their self-esteem goes down. So they're so wrapped up, and they're so addicted to it, and the Google and the big tech is manipulating our feelings and repackage the old data and use it to sell the products. But now it's getting more like inside of our head, it's getting like a commodity for them. Not just our body, but here, what we think. Because I used to work for security companies, and then they always said, now we can invest on what people would think or feel in a month later. And that's the investment product. And I thought that was very scary, and so I quit my job, and I became a journalist. But now, journalism is getting captured by digitalization too, because in Japan, we have a paper newspaper. We have like 1,000 prints of paper newspaper, which is a very rare country. But now our people no longer buy the newspaper because they have Google News, right? And all teenagers said, Mika, I'm on the top of the news, or world news, what is going on in the world, because I have a Google, I have a Facebook, I have a Yahoo Newsline headline. And I said to them, yeah, but are you sure that that news is really real, or is that really important news? How do you define that? It's different from paper newspaper. And as we get addicted to our smartphone, they can do many different things. Then, as you already know, they can control our consumption. They can do behavior monitoring, like a carbon offset. That would be one of them. And voting behavior. Like in the United States, at one election, the Google made an arrangement that only conservative party person, when they do the search, they see the sign, go vote. but not on the Democrats. And that really affects on how they go vote. And that was a huge problem in US government and the cabinet. And so they could do many different things. And now the COVID-19, there a lot of government, including Japanese government, is requiring us to have vaccination certificate on your smartphone, and also carbon footprint, and what Japanese government wants to put every single personal data on one area, smartphone. And we're gonna go to cashless and all that. It's all digitalized. But what about them? The founder of those three, do you know what they have in common? I was very shocked when I found out, because especially the Steve Jobs in 2010 introduced the tablet, iPad, to Japan, and I was so excited. But then at the same year, he got an interview, and the interviewer asked him so your children must have the best, latest tablet, right? Because the father is a founder. And then Steve Jobs said, no. A tablet is banned. All electric devices are banned, all of them. And then they have a wonderful luxury library downstairs. And I got so pissed off when I found that. I mean, they're selling and so many thousands of them to Japanese children, and this is what they do. But the Google, 2001 9/11 in New York City, I was in New York City at the time, and right after 9/11, I remember that the Google got legitimated to give personal data to US government in the name of war on terror. Oh, we have to protect all of you. So we're gonna get all of personal data from Google or Amazon and Facebook, just the sake of protecting you. So the Google can hand on your personal data anytime to any government, American government or Japanese government, whatever. So probably we can't wait for a government to regulate them. So we have to protect ourselves, and especially when it comes to localizing movement, it's very important for us to keep diversity. Diversity not just outside, but it's in here. Because when we do SNS, we're getting only the opinion that fits on the ideology, right? And that really split, divide whole country or whole group. In Japan, we have a lot of civilized movement, but it's all split now. They are fighting each other all the time. Because when it comes to COVID-19, when it comes to climate crisis, when it comes to blah, 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 you name it, and it's all because of SNS. They can't tolerate the other side of opinion. And journalism too, the media used to have a different opinion, like a platform. Not anymore, because we journalists have to get as many views as possible on the digital articles. It has to be faster, it has to be sensational, and it doesn't have to be really sincere journalism, so it's like a really fast, quick journalism. So I'm telling all the teenagers to use a different search engine other than Google. And I just put out 4 of them, but there are many search engines. And all of them, they don't really keep your data or your record, or they don't give what you search to any government or Google. And this is a very protective. And the only problem is that it takes time. When you Google, and when you Google on your smartphone, how many people are scrolling next page? You probably don't, right? Oh, you see? Severance. I don't. Okay. Yeah, so people usually just take, oh, this is the answer, top 3. Not so many people scroll page by page. But how do you know the top 3 is the right answer? You don't know, right? But you just feel that it's correct, it's on the top 3. So, but these search engine takes time and gives a lot of trouble because it's so random. You have to scroll page by page. You have to use your brain. And honestly, these sucks. But I use it just to train my brain, because otherwise my sight is getting narrower and narrower. And because you never know, Google are a private company. They're always connected to a different government, and they changed. Stop now. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And in conclusion, I'm telling that all the teenagers that because they say, "Oh, I'm so addicted, and there's no way that I can give up my smartphone." So I say to them, "Okay, just do this. Use your all 5 senses. That's very good way to prevent you from being addicted, because we are losing our senses. We only using our eyes, right? Eyesight, and getting information from eyesight only. That really makes us so addicted to the smartphone and get easy to be manipulated. So use all 5 senses. You listen, you hug people, and you eat with your loved one. One of the gorilla scientists in Japan told me that even gorilla eat together when they to avoid fighting each other. So we should eat together more, and we hug together, we sing together, and we touch. We grow vegetables, and then barefoot on the grasses, on the beach. See, those things really protect us, and because the more and more global issues comes up, but more digitalized the world, and we're going to have only one side, and that's how cooperation try to manipulate us and prevent our localization movement from getting done. So.
Mika, thank you so much, so much. I don't know about you, but I would love to replace my smartphone with a puppy. I wouldn't recommend giving me a guitar, though. That could go badly wrong. I loved it when Mika was starting, and she asked the question about who's got a smartphone. There was a half beat of everybody looking slightly guilty and self-conscious and thinking, where's this going? So far, we've had a sort of like a sweeping assessment of issues to do with the capture of knowledge, the capture of resources, the capture of economic and political institutions. It's kind of like a big stitch-up. And now I've got the slightly sort of strange situation of having to introduce myself. Now, I didn't write this, but apparently it says here, I'm an extraordinary combination of renegade political economist, environmentalist, and active optimist. Apparently, I think outside the box to explore better approaches to economic development. Yeah, I kind of quite like that, actually. Wait, there's more. Apparently, I've written some books. Cancel the Apocalypse? What's that about? New Economics, Ecological Debt. Oh, and here's my favorite recent one. Economics, a Crash Course. There's a joke in there. But it is actually a crash course in heterodox economics as well. And I've got a think tank called the New Weather Institute. I coordinate a network of international NGOs in a project called the Rapid Transition Alliance, and I've got something to do with Sussex University. So that's me, according to somebody else. Oh, and I was one of the co-authors of the original Green New Deal, came up with Earth Overshoot Day, and with a colleague of mine at Sussex University, we came up with the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty 5 years ago, which is kind of gaining ground and trying to tackle some of those issues. But I'm going to talk some big picture stuff now, a little bit about what on earth we do about some of this and where we go, because the climate is changing faster than we are. And the question for me is, how do we speed up? And I'm going to talk about two things. One is the need to believe in the possibility of change. I think one of the big things that's held us back, and also held many of the big campaigning organizations back, is not at some fundamental level really believing we can make the change at the speed and scale that the climate science says is necessary. And I think we need to learn from where rapid transition has happened and is happening. And secondly, I'm going to say a little bit about how we stop surrounding ourselves with the sort of mixed messages that hold us in place. You know, it's been said by so many people, I've seen it credited to at least half a dozen different voices, that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is a change, a fundamental change to our economic system. But our task as campaigners, as the great Raymond Williams once said, is to make hope possible rather than despair convincing. But to seg into another of my favorite sort of activists, Rebecca Solnit, she makes the point that hope is not some sort of lottery ticket that you can sit on the sofa clutching. Hope, she says, is an axe you use to break a door down in an emergency. And we are in an emergency at the moment, so we need that hope as an axe. But I think we can do pretty amazing things when we try. And I also think sometimes that our major political parties don't want you to know how much we can achieve, how quickly. But we do have a problem, and the path is cluttered with obstacles. We know from Mark Carney, former governor of the Bank of England, that there's enough money in the City of London invested in high-carbon projects to push us up to nearly 4 degrees of warming. Catastrophic, irreversible change. We know that our big banks are not changing. JP Morgan Chase, in 1 year alone, put over $50 billion into fossil fuel financing, over $300 billion into fossil fuel financing in just a 4-year period between 2016 and 2020. And let us not forget, quite apart from the raging wildfires and floods and chaotic climatic upheaval that we see almost daily on our news screens at the moment. There was a report on the BBC this morning about the floods in New York. It's kind of like reported, metro flooded, blah, 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 blah. Was there a mention of climate change anyway? It's like, shh, don't talk about climate breakdown. We've got to join the dots, because the pollution alone from the burning of fossil fuels, latest estimates reckon that it kills more than 8 million people a year. And the people that we're up against, this corporate matrix that we've been talking about, they've got a playbook. It's a playbook that's been around for a long time. It's a playbook that the tobacco industry used. It involves deny, delay, and deceive. We know the oil companies knew about this back in the 70s, possibly even earlier than that. We know that the car companies cheated on their emissions devices, millions of vehicles with cheat devices in the face of everything that we knew. We know that the airlines have this great plan to tackle climate change. The only problem is that it, first of all, ignores 50% of the impact of aviation on the climate, literally just doesn't look at non-CO2 impacts. And for the other 50%, they rely almost entirely on the now entirely discredited world of carbon offsetting. So, as has been said by the others, we cannot leave it to the others. We cannot leave it to the powers that be. We need to do something different. From an economic point of view, and this session is about economics, we're engaged in what Keynes once called the struggle for subsistence. The extra question, which I like putting in this year because it's the 50th anniversary of the publication of Small is Beautiful by Schumacher, is that we have this struggle for subsistence happening within planetary boundaries, with our eyes on social justice. So we have to question the fundamental purpose of economics, to create conditions in which good lives are possible for all without us going over an ecological cliff. Now, we've got this kind of weird moment in our politics where, I mean, for the Labour Party to not win the next election, they're going to have to really, really, really screw up. But the way in which they appear to be screwing up at the moment is by abandoning any of the even moderate pledges that they have made for environmental action, rowing back on their investment plans, left, right, and centre. And the speed with which we're using up the carbon budget, you know, just to get a 50-50 chance of not exceeding 1.5, we're using up that budget at about 1% a month. We know that wealthy nations like ours, we have to eliminate fossil fuel use entirely by about 2030. But, and this is where we kind of segue into some of the more positive stuff. For all those mainstream political messages where they tell you we can't afford this, we can't afford that, never forget the basics. A society can always pay for what it needs when there is a will. We've seen that when we've gotten through the crises of recent years. You know, when the banking crisis hit, and I love the comment that was made about the money being up in the cloud. At the height of the financial crisis, I was working for the New Economics Foundation at the time. We wrote a book called Where Did Our Money Go? We got invited to the Treasury to have a little kind of briefing with them. When we arrived there was a room full of about 30 people. They were all looking at us, staring at us, expectantly. And we suddenly realized that they thought that we actually knew where the money had gone, because they certainly didn't. But what we found is that in the face of that, you know, over the course of the last decade or so, we created public money to the value of nearly £900 billion. You know, that is the magic money tree that they tell you doesn't exist. It exists when they want it, when they need it. But we have to subordinate the power of finance to public purpose and ecological purpose. And that was a moment when we realized, you know, they nationalized the banks virtually overnight, that we could really, really, really do things. So there are other moments, of course. We've just lived through one of the biggest examples that demonstrates our ability and our agency at change. During the pandemic, we put public health before short-term economic interest almost overnight. At the same time, we closed roads to cars and opened them to people and cyclists and local businesses. We stopped flying. We converted industries to socially useful purposes. Fast fashion companies produced protective equipment. Brewers produced sanitizer. Etc. So even Formula One engineers started making low-cost breathing aids. We shook up how we work. We redesigned the working week. We ended in this country for about 6 months street homelessness, one of those things that had seemed to be with us forever. We managed to do it because there was a will. We also stopped shopping so much. There was the supermarkets ran a campaign saying, buy only what you need. And you kind of thought, well, shouldn't we do that anyway? You know, just like generally. Nature came back into our cities. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing. There are, I'm not saying it wasn't difficult, it was traumatic, but we revealed in those moments some incredible things that we can do. And there are many more incredible things that we can do. And I'm going to obey the, we've got a wonderful assistant down here. You might not be able to see the it's been vainly holding up cards saying 3 minutes to go, 1 minute to go. Please stop speaking now. So, I just wanted to say, it's like really big picture stuff. We've got dozens of examples of our ability to change at speed that you can find on rapidtransition.org. Please go and have a look there. But the thing I wanted to end on, we've got a campaign going at the moment called Bavvertising. You know, one of the reasons that we ban tobacco advertising is because it kind of kills people, you know? Fossil fuels kill people. We think that logically, learning from the ability with which we ended tobacco advertising, we should, science is whispering in one ear, telling us climate change is kind of like a really big problem, like it's an existential crisis, like you're all going to die. And then you walk out around the streets, you open a newspaper, you turn on the TV. There's these adverts saying, no, don't worry about that. You know, fly around the world, buy an SUV, look at the great things fossil fuel companies are doing. Why don't we ban fossil fuel and high carbon advertising so that we stop surrounding ourselves with propaganda for high carbon lifestyles and living? It's kind of like the most bonkers one. It's like British Cycling is now sponsored by Shell. What? So I'm going to wrap up with saying just that, how will this happen? Courage. Courage is all, I think. Your courage. Know that it inspires others. It's seen all around the world. And what you do now will be seen by history. And as one of the great critics of colonialism, the Swedish writer Sven Lindqvist wrote, "You already know enough. So do I. It's not knowledge we lack. What is missing is the courage to understand what we know and to draw conclusions." Thank you for listening. We really hope you've enjoyed that. And you can grab any of us to ask any questions as we're milling around later. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. And well done for keeping the energy up after that little jig this morning. You did it. Macroeconomics is you. Thank you.
All right, I want to know if anyone left a cell phone up here. This is the way to get you quiet. No one left a cell phone up here. Good morning, localistas. My name is Michael Shuman, and there are at least 3 reasons why you might dislike me. I am a lawyer, I am an economist, and I teach at a business school. But But the reasons why you might like me, you might like my business school, because my business school turns out 50 green MBAs every year. It's sponsored by Bard College. You might also like my class on economics, because I have a commitment in this class to do 1/3 on theory, 1/3 on practice, and 1/3 tearing it to shreds. And the students really do well with that. So we're going to lean into the economics theme that Andrew introduced this morning and give you 6 more speakers about the economics of life. And we're going to do 3 right now, starting with me, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back and listen to 3 other people. So where I would like to start is with the issue of finance. So let's ask some questions here. We've talked a lot in this conference about folks that are doing local purchasing. All of us try to do local purchasing, purchasing of food, and purchasing of local goods, and purchasing of local energy. And we know that if we purchase non-local, carbon-intensive, awful goods produced by child labor, you're going to get a lot of carbon in the atmosphere, a lot of non-local businesses getting all of your profits, and a lot of child labor. Changing how you move your money is critical to how we change the world. And if I could invite the people in the back to pop up the PowerPoint, I would be grateful. And what I would like to talk about is a little bit on the issue of finance. Except this is not the PowerPoint. This is something else. This is media government stirring up fear. Definition of fact is rewritten. Well, tell you what, we'll get on without it. Let me ask you some questions. All of you, I know, do your banking somewhere. How many of you, by show of hands, do your banking at a local bank with a mission? Okay, I see about 5% of the crowd with hands up. Now, the other thing that you people do with your money is you put your money into stocks and bonds and insurance funds, maybe for your retirement. So those of you who do this, how many of you have at least 1% of your money in locally owned business? Okay, it's about the same number of hands, about 5% of you. You are all the problem, okay? You are all systematically over-investing in Fortune 500 companies and under-investing in local business. In fact, you're not putting any money at all in local business, and you claim to be localistas. Don't be surprised when the world goes to hell if you invest your money in hell. You gotta move your money in order to make a difference. Some fun facts about your economy, no matter where you live in Europe or the United States or Canada or in other continents, most of our businesses are locally owned business. We know that locally owned businesses are critical for economic development, and we know that locally owned businesses are profitable. This is from Canada, 2009, and guess what? The most profitable businesses in Canada have 10 to 20 employees. The least profitable businesses are those with over 500 employees, that is, businesses traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange. Go figure. This is what our investment strategy looks like right now. And we can and need to fix this. This is a picture of a guy who used to be our president. I took this picture from the Rose Garden. It was the first and the only time I was in the Rose Garden. And it was to celebrate the passage of something called the Jobs Act, where basically we brought down the costs and legalized local investment. We basically allowed any company in the United States to raise up to $1 million pretty inexpensively. And we allowed any individual to invest up to $2,200 in those companies pretty inexpensively too. And that was a radical shift than what was there before. And since then, we've raised that limit per company to $5 million. Here's what's happened since the law went into effect in 2016. 1.5 million Americans have now invested $2 billion into almost 7,000 local businesses. The average business has raised, in investment dollars, $400,000. The average investor has put into these businesses $1,000. The most successful businesses have been those run by women and people of color, the people most systematically excluded from the financial markets. This has been a huge success. But what we've also learned is that changing the law is not enough. We also have to change people's behavior. We have to change your behavior, for example. I'm going to give you 6 very practical things that we are doing in the United States to change people's behavior. And those of you who come to a workshop that I'm doing later today with Amy Robinson of Triodos, I'll give you 6 more as well. So the first one that I want to talk about is education. We have to let businesses know about these grassroots investment options, and we have to let investors like you folks know that there are other places that you can put your money. So we, for example, do workshops all of the time, even during COVID and virtually. I also have a newsletter that goes worldwide. It's free, goes to 8,000 readers, called the Main Street Journal. And if you go to our homepage and just click on local investment videos, there's 50 free videos there that you can watch that give you some education about ways, strategies of investing locally. Number 2, Lions. Lions stands for the Local Investment Opportunity Network of Port Townsend, Washington, started by the guy on the right, James Fraser. It started in 2007, and it is a potluck dinner held monthly that brings together businesses and investors in the town. They just get to know one another. And it turns out that relationships are a critical building block for local investment. Just this one little civic institution in a 10,000-person town has led to $1 million per year going into local companies since 2007. We now are trying to create Lions all over the United States. Number 3, publish a list. Just put up a website in your community and list local investment opportunities. That's what a colleague and I did with a really pretty crummy website called the Maryland Neighborhood Exchange. And just this one little crummy listing of local investment opportunities in Maryland has led to about 70 companies, mostly led by African-American entrepreneurs, raising $4 million from 10,000 investors during COVID times. Number 4, circulate the listings. If you happen to be a subscriber to the Main Street Journal, you will notice that starting over about a month ago, every other week, we put 50 new local investment opportunities into your email box. So wherever you live, just let your network know about what the possibilities are. They're not going to get this through osmosis. Number 5, create funds. Most of us do our investing through some kind of institution. And creating a community fund is a really helpful way of doing this without investing a huge amount of our time. So this is a handbook that some colleagues and I put together in the United States about how to create a local investment fund. There are similar handbooks that have been created in Australia and in Canada. We need one in the United Kingdom. If anyone's interested, let me know. But funds are very important because we basically don't have to do all the work ourselves. We have a professional manager who does the selection and the oversight of the securities in the fund. We can get diversification, so there's less chance of losing everything if something goes wrong. And we can pull our money out, what people call liquidity. The 6th example that I want to give has to do with bonds. And there are a growing number of US states and cities that are using their own financial capacities to raise capital for good things. So, for example, the state of Connecticut recently issued solar bonds, and the solar bonds are bringing $25 million into solar unaffordable housing. This little bond issue was sold out in 48 hours. It lets you know how hungry people are to do this. So the last slide that I want to show, and then we'll move to our other speakers, is about the importance of focus, okay? Stop whining. Stop complaining. You have the ability to move your money and start doing good things. If there is one thing you do after this conference, move your money tomorrow. This will make a huge difference. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce someone you met yesterday at the beginning of the conference, Natalie Kelly. She is going to talk about the way back. Natalie is an actor who has been in the Netflix series The Baker and the Beauty. She lives in Amazon. She has an incredible philosophy about how to use storytelling to support biodiversity and cultural diversity. Natalie, welcome to the stage.
That was very sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ali Mainayam. Good to see everybody today. At the very last minute, Helena asked me to come on stage and share a little bit about my life story. And because I've only got 10 minutes, and I'm an actress and I have a flair for the dramatic, I'm going to shoot straight to the darkest moment of my life. I'm going to go right into the most depressing moment. I was sitting on the edge of a cliff in Sydney, Australia, the city that I grew up in. And above me, the sky was so black with smoke that you couldn't see even your hand in front of your face. I contemplated throwing myself off that cliff because the fires, which were the biggest wildfires that Australia had ever experienced, this was in the year 2019, 2020, the fires were so apocalyptic and so traumatic and such a dark premonition of what our collective global future might look like that I didn't know if I wanted to live in that world anymore. I could smell the smell of 1 billion animals burning. Those people who were closer to the fires say they will never forget the sound of koalas screaming as they burn alive. I told you I was going to go straight to the depressing, but I have to let you know why I'm here and why I support Helena's work so much and why I really believe in this movement. So there were 2 reasons why I didn't throw myself off that cliff, because it was that dark. The first is because I couldn't see where I was going. I wasn't sure that I'd really make it anywhere to do the job properly. There's so much smoke in the air. And the second is because I align with Buddhism, and I was like, I'm just going to get reincarnated to this shit anyway, and I'm going to have to deal with it in a future life. So I might as well dedicate my life to trying to fix it now. Thank you for appreciating the gallows humor. And I started to realize all the way that I had been complicit in the system that had brought us to this place. Why was my country on fire? I started to think about the industries like agriculture. I was very much a carnivore, eating all kinds of meat from places that were not treating their animals well or farming their animals regeneratively. I am an actress, so I was very complicit in this world of illusion, which is really the business that I think Hollywood is in, creating stories to distract, to numb us, to divide us. I was very much a part of that story. I mean, if you Google me, oh, guys, we're getting really real now. I played the head of PR for an oil company in one of the shows that I did. Like, I was like, where did I lose track of who I am and what my values are? And how did I get on this trajectory of allowing fashion brands to use my image to sell people clothes that they don't need, flying across the world to go to a party or fashion week. And the worst part was that I had so many young, impressionable people following me on social media, and the life that I was making aspirational to them is cringy to me now. We would need 4 Earths worth of resources to support that kind of lifestyle if everyone was to live like that. And so, thankfully, in that moment, I was able to tune in to a message from my Quechua ancestors. And I remembered another really pivotal moment in my life, which was the first time I had gone back to Peru. I was 18 years old, and until then, the only thing I knew about my Quechua ancestry was what my mother had told me. And I was very lucky to have a mother that continues to be so proud of our indigenous roots. My grandmother still speaks Quechua. She raised me on stories of the feats of the Incas. I knew that my ancestors were master agriculturalists, astronomers, engineers, and I had marveled over pictures of Machu Picchu, and knew that we had built more roads than the Romans, that we had sophisticated systems of reading and writing that didn't involve the alphabet. It was like a system of braille and using woven threads. I mean, we were geniuses. And so when I went back to Peru for the first time, I was gutted to see the reality in which indigenous people were living. I was just so angry and indignant that the majority of the population considered indigenous people primitive, didn't see the value in our cosmovisions, in our technologies, and that most indigenous people were so embarrassed to be indigenous and were desperately pretending not to be and so badly wanted to be Westerners and Europeans. And it broke my heart because I knew that there was nothing really special about being a Westerner. You know, Australia, for all the good things about it and our supposed high quality of living, we have one of the highest suicide rates in the world. So I knew that we were spiritually poor and lacking in something that these indigenous people still had, but they themselves weren't even valuing it. And so when I came across Helena's work and read Ancient Futures and saw that she had witnessed something very similar in Ladakh, light bulbs went off in my head. Like, maybe this is the story I'm supposed to tell. Maybe I'm here to bring forth the wisdom and the values and the cosmovision of my ancestors to help us find our way back. So I started to do a lot of research. I started to train myself to be able to speak on these issues. My ancestors were masters at caring for their ecosystems, but they had particular reverence for the soil. We even worship her. You might have heard the term Pachamama, but Pacha literally means earth. And so I joined the board of Kiss the Ground. I joined the board of the Fungi Foundation. I'm so fascinated with what goes on underneath us and how important it is for the web of life. And my ancestors were not using metrics like carbon credit systems and things like that. Everything was rooted in spirit. Everything had a spirit. Everything was sacred. Food was one of the most sacred things. We worshipped the potato, corn, cacao, the coca leaf, all of these things that in modern times have been turned into commodities and are now not only super exploited in terms of their crops and turning, what's happened with corn is just heartbreaking. Corn, how many people know that corn is a human invention? So corn started off as a wild grass, and my indigenous ancestors in Mesoamerica looked at that wild grass, and if you want to look it up, it's called teocintle, if you want to see what it originally looked like. And the imagination that they would have had to imagine that that would then go on to be able to hybridize it and select specific variations of it to turn into what we know as corn today, that eventually turned into thousands and thousands of different species, different varieties, depending on where you were in the Americas. There's corn that grows in the desert. There's corn that has kernels this big in Peru. I mean, they were just masters at creating biodiversity. And now, to think in the last 50 years, because of the introduction of GMO corn, we've lost 96% of that biodiversity, is just heartbreaking. And the reason why we were able to create all these new varieties and be stewards of we used cacao seeds as money. That was the value of cacao. We built temples where the water came out of the mountain because water is to be revered. Our rivers were so clean you could drink from them. And that is all because of relationship. We didn't look at these things with with dollar signs in our eyes. We looked at them with reverence. The mountains, the rivers, the animals, they were not resources to be exploited. They were our kin, they were our relatives. And that is why I'm so passionate about not just carbon sequestration and like all these terms we used to get back on track. I'm grateful for the technology of carbon sequestration, but I'm, at the risk of sounding too woo-woo, having lived in California for 20 years, I'm desperate to inject spirit back into this conversation. I'm desperate to reconnect us to that inherent sacred relationship we were all born to have with the living world. And that is, I think, the wisdom that my indigenous ancestors and every single one of you sitting here, your indigenous ancestors, want to tell us today. I think I'm going to just keep it brief and end on a quote by Robin Wall Kimmerer, because I also want to end on saying that there's nothing special about me up here. You know, I have some amazing ancestors, but so do all of you. And like many of you, I was raised in a place that was not connected to my ancestors. My family, you know, I moved to Australia when I was young, and many of us, our ancestors moved all across the world, and we don't have any roots anymore in our ancestral lands. And so I think that's a big part of the problem, is that we're not tuning in to the land and the waters in the way that our ancestors used to, because there was this big severance that happened with colonization and subsequent mass immigration around the world. But I want everybody to know that this is not something unique to me that I'm reclaiming, that all of you have the capacity to reclaim this too. And that's why I love Helena's movement of localization, because it is so inclusive. Like, yes, there are certain indigenous groups that are lucky that they still have this unbroken lineage of connection to the natural world, to the sacred, to these incredible technologies, food systems like the milpa that have lasted over 8,000 years and are still in continual use. Yes, it's really important to value them, to protect them. They're on the front lines of protecting biodiversity. But each one of us as well has a similar ancestry if we go back far enough. And so we can't just leave it to them to do all this beautiful sacred work and protect all the biodiversity. All of us as well who don't maybe identify as Indigenous need to step into our birthright as well. It is our birthright to be regenerative. It is our birthright to be a keystone species that other species rely on to survive. We don't have to, it's really important that we shed this narrative that we're so destructive. We're not. In our human history, we have actually been creators of ecosystems like the Amazon rainforest. And that memory is still very close. We can touch it, we can feel it, we can go back to it anytime we want to. So I want to end on this quote by Robin Wall Kimmerer. We all can be Indigenous to a place if we care for the lands and the waters, as if our children's future depended on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you for the courage of coming back from that dark place on the cliff. Really appreciate it. All of us have been there, all of us are coming back. Our next speaker is Jason Nardi. He's going to talk to us about economic solidarity. Jason has the disadvantage of living in that awful metropolis called Florence, Italy. But he also is the European coordinator of the Intercontinental Network for the Promotion of the Social Solidarity Network. Jason, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Wow, how are you doing? It's been a long morning. And yeah, I was thinking, what can I add to everything that has been said? There's a lot that has been said, and to process it all is not easy. And yeah, I come from a special place, but everybody comes from a special place. But in a sense, it's special because Florence is where the Renaissance took place. You know, the arts, the culture, the sciences, Leonardo, Galileo, and all the artists. But Florence is where banks first really developed. And those banks of noble families included the Medici, which were the sponsors of many of the arts and sciences, were also responsible for many of the wars that took place because they lent money to the warlords, let's say, the states and the other noble families that were fighting each other. So, yes, I feel historically sort of part of that responsibility. And maybe that's why today in my community, I'm part of many different initiatives, practices that try to do exactly the opposite in some sense. So, for instance, I'm part of a group that created the ethical bank, Banca Etica, which is a cooperative bank today, well, almost 20 years old, but that it's all over Italy, and it only invests in environmental, cultural, and social activities. But I'm also part of a local group of financial mutualist funds that give microcredit on 0 interest. And that is possible. It's going on for 10 years, and there are plenty of local initiatives that have been able to start with seed money or to repair mistakes they had done because there was a community that believed in them and that invested and put some money, and that money then came back and went back in a fund that then can redistribute this money to others. So there are many of these mechanisms that then can create other practices like food cooperatives, like community energy cooperatives, and so. But Florence has also some peculiar initiatives, and I'd like to give this other example, 2 examples to illustrate a bit what we can think in the future going out of the schemes, of the boxes that we have. So there was a big piece of land right outside of Florence in the hills with the vineyards and the olive trees, the beautiful Tuscan landscape, property of the province of Florence that had been abandoned for some time, and the province decided to sell it. So a group of citizens came together and said, no, this is our land. We want to be able to use it. And after trying to convince the local politicians with no result, they occupied this land and started cultivating with agroecological ways, etc. So I joined the little community supporting this, and we've been going on for almost 10 years. We celebrated our 9th birthday just a few months ago. And the interesting thing is that finally, after 3 attempts to sell the place that didn't go through, the city recognized that as a territory for the community. The battle is not won, so we still have to work on it, and we're gathering a lot of different organizations, different groups to have a perspective of what the future of this place could be. On the other side of the city, this is in the south, on the other side of the city, on the north, there's a factory. The workers of this factory, a year and a half ago, automotive components factory, very successful, were sent an email saying that they were no longer needed because the factory would go to Poland. And they found themselves, from one day to the next, 430 without a job. So they started a battle, but not only within themselves. They reached out to the community, and a huge movement that became a national movement came to to help them. And 1 year and a half later, there's the idea of a workers' buyout and of creating a cooperative, raising the funds, and doing what in Argentina and in many other places has been done before, so also inviting and getting inspiration from these others. And this is possible. And of course, the factory will become a factory to produce renewable energy components, to create community energy communities. So specific technology designed for that kind of use. Now, what does solidarity economy have to do with all of this? Well, it has a lot to do because it's about the relations and the organization of a movement around these many practices. We've heard of many different practices that exist here in the UK and all over the world. The problem is that they're not communicating enough among each other. So there's the real need of having forms of circuits at the local level, translocal forms of trade and exchange, and networks that at different levels, sectoral, intersectoral, and territorial, bring these circuits together and raise the level to create another economy that will gradually substitute the economy that is self-destructing. And with the self-destruction, it is also destroying everything else. So we have a dual role here. On one side, to build what is coming next, and the other, to resist and to oppose. And that is also part of the solidarity. Now, solidarity is a word that comes from solidum. Solidum means, actually means obligation, money, the obligation of giving back a debt, in a way. This was the first meaning. And then in the Romantic period, in the 800s, etc., it became more of a universal value of reciprocity, mutualism, and fraternity, let's say. But you can have solidarity in a positive way or in a negative way. And many times, the solidarity that works easier is against a common enemy. You gather together to fight against something. The difficult thing is to gather together in solidarity, in a political solidarity, to fight for building a different system. And I think that's why we're here. So it's about, if we want to reinterpret solidarity today, the interdependence of all our practices, an organic bond that can bring collective action and raise our voices. Then there's the economy. Now, the root of economy is oikos. Oikos from the Greek, which means the household. And the household is the place where we live. Not just our house, but our neighbors, our community. So it's what we here intend by local. Ekonomos is the regulation and the management of this household. So we are about how, doing it in the right way, in the solidarity way. And how do we do that? By building community. And that's the last word I wanted to talk about. Community, the root is komunos, and it's really very important because munos has also donation in its entity. It's not, so it's coming together with a reciprocal donation. And the root of community is also, and I'm going to finish, in commoning, okay? So it's having a common resource that we manage together. It's also in municipality, munos of everyone. And it's an extremely important concept because you can have communities of practice, intentional communities, you can have migrant communities, you can have identity communities, but we are really looking for how we create communities in diversity and how we can bring the diversity together in a way that everyone is interdependent and codependent in a positive way. And I finish with a quote, really finish, which is, I thought this would, that it's easier, you probably heard this already, but it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. But that's not true. I mean, capitalism has been a very small fraction of our history. And it's changing and going through different phases, and now it's in a very weak phase, actually. It looks huge and impossible to, but it's now in a phase that it can no longer use the resources as it has before. So that's where we come in. And let's imagine a different world together. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you so much to Michael, to Natalie Kelly and Jason Narden. This session will continue after our break. We have run over time. I will ask you to make it brief, that we'll return here 10:25. If any of you want to move your body, there will be Qigong on the lawn. George Thompson, where are you? 11:25, sorry, did I say? 11:25, be back here, please. Thank you. It seems like they sort of don't quite work sometimes, no? They sort of need to know what you were coming up on. Oh, right.
Yeah, so we've been finishing at 12:25. On, yeah, absolutely. I mean, great if we can get it done.
And then after 12:25, this happens, right?
Well, in fact, actually, we need to finish about 12:23 or something like that. Let's get to 12:23. Everyone off stage, and then we'll give a couple of minutes of chatting with the neighbours, and then this lot's on, and they're going to go to 1:10 Yeah, they can't go past 1:10. this next lot, each of them stay on. I'm going to go 4, 3, 2, 1. Because they're going to go sit there. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Okay. That's it. We've got a system. Michael, you're on first. Oh no, it doesn't seem. Where is Michael? Okay, moderated by Michael. Yeah, 10 minutes, no more than 10 minutes.
All right, at the end of the session, I will say something. Okay. Okay.
Give it 30 seconds, stand there.
So, this is the second part of your economics class, economics of life class. And I'll just give you a clue that by the end of the class, you're going to have to answer the question, what dark cliff did you walk back from? How are you going to move your money tomorrow, and how are you going to join the solidarity economy? That was everything to the midterm. And now for the final, we have 3 other speakers. So the next speaker is Jeremy Lent, who will be talking about ecological civilization. He is the founder of the Deep Transformation Network online, the author of too many books to recite, but they include The Patterning Instinct and The Web of Meaning. Jeremy, over to you.
Hey there. So wonderful to be here with you all today. Such a wonderful experience. And I'd like to start off by asking you a question. So as we look at this whole destruction and devastation we've all been experiencing the last few decades, what name or force, or what would you say has been the most responsible for leading us to this place that is so kind of close to despair? Is it Ronald Reagan, Milton Friedman? Is it globalization? BlackRock, yeah. But I'd like to propose a different name to what has been responsible for all this. And her name is Tina. So how many people know about Tina? Hands up. A few people, because I'm in England, so I'm not surprised. Tina is actually not a person. Tina is an acronym. And Tina stands for something that Margaret Thatcher said back in the early 80s, which basically is, there is no alternative. And Tina, I would say, is maybe the most powerful idea, or maybe we should call Tina a killer of ideas. that's been around for these last few decades. Because every time, and I'm sure every one of you here has had this experience. You're in a family get-together, or you're talking to friends or whatever, and you start talking about what's so fucked up about the world today, and what we need to do things different. Somebody says, yeah, but what's the alternative? What you going to put in its place? You know, this is what happens. Like, humans are selfish, we're all competitive, and you kind of go, oh, well, there's so many things I want to say, but I'm not quite sure how to say it or whatever. So I'm here to give voice today to something that every one of you knows and feels in your soul. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here today, that there is an alternative. All right? Yay. And that's what we're here. It's what we're here to, like, put some coherence around. But this alternative is not like those age-old alternatives that our parents' generations, or maybe we ourselves were involved in over the decades, like, oh, capitalism versus communism, and then communism collapses, and so everyone says, see what happens when you don't have capitalism, and of course that's what led to that phrase to begin with. We're talking about an alternative way of envisioning a future that leaves those kind of dichotomies behind. But here's the thing about this alternative. It involves some real deep changes. Because, you know, there's so many people who are trying to fix things that are wrong with our system. And they'll find these insights, and why don't we just invest in renewables? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And they're trying to fix the system. Because they're saying, this is what's wrong with the system, we need to fix it. But the alternative that I'm going to talk about is based on a realization that actually, you know what? The system isn't broken. The system is doing exactly what it's intended to do, which is basically, and it's been doing it so well that it's doing it better and better and driving us to destruction. The system is intended to basically consume and extract and exploit, and to extract the Earth's resources as powerfully and effectively as possible, and to take that wealth and to suck it from almost all people in the world to an elite. That is a system that now we call capitalism, but it has ancestry even before that. You know, it's a system that, when we think of some of the fundamental things like law, things that we just kind of take for granted, turns out that was developed hundreds of years, sometimes some of these ideas thousands of years, even before capitalism. But with the enclosure movement and capitalism, the system developed this incredible power of extraction and exploitation that it is on steroids doing right now with globalization and financialization and all that. So this alternative looks at basically like a different operating system. It's as if, like, you know, all these kind of engineers trying to fix the bugs in some operating system, and somebody comes along and says, we need a different operating system. And this one would be based, instead of on extraction and exploitation and wealth accumulation, it's one that would be based on affirming life, on life-affirming principles. And it's one that increasingly more and more people around the world are giving a name to, and they're calling it an ecological civilization. And when I came across that term, it just lifted my heart, because I went, wow, yeah, it gives this sense that we're looking at an entirely different civilization. Every aspect of our civilization needs to be changed. And this notion of an ecological civilization, what's so powerful is it actually starts to base its principles on what is actually not just life-affirming, but life itself. When we look at ecosystems, we find that actually they can be resilient, powerful, and healthy in spite of whatever happens to them for millions of years, until our current civilization comes along and starts to destroy them, right? And when we look at what's the secret behind this, what actually nature has evolved over billions of years on Earth, we find there are some core principles. For example, there's one, like we're told, right, by that sort of Uncle Bob who comes to us in that party and says, this is nothing's going to work. We're told that basically It's not just humans are essentially competitive and selfish, and that's why capitalism works, but nature itself is selfish. Haven't you heard of the selfish gene? And so, like, we're just doing what's natural. Well, it turns out that actually, when evolution, every one of the steps evolution has taken to come to this beautiful abundance we experience today, came through increases in mutually beneficial symbiosis, where different species learned that rather than outcompeting the other species, they could work together and find a way to actually make more, like where the whole was greater than the sum of the parts. And there's other principles like fractal flourishing, where the flourishing of each part of a system leads to the entire system to have health and be vibrant. And principles of integration. In an ecosystem, you've got all kinds of different elements within it. They're all unique, they're all separate, and they're also part of some bigger whole. So this is some of the vision behind an ecological civilization. And the thing about it is, this is not some idea, some blueprint, or some plan. Okay, here's how we're going to fix things. No, this is basically a set of principles that belongs to all of us. And it really just gives a name and begins to give a coherence to all basically of the incredible movements taking place around the world. It comes from ideas from indigenous wisdom, like Buen Vivir, Sumac Kose. Many of you have been inspired by some of these great insights from the past. It gives a name to the transition movement, gives a name to the localization movement. And then there's all the different spiritual movements, like engaged Buddhism and like Christian mysticism and a sense of universality we see in so many different spiritual traditions. And it gives a name to share with all of the different political movements that we see out there right now, striving for justice and life. So what is the thing about all of these different movements is so many people feel like they're fighting on one particular thing, and it feels desperately difficult, and you feel like this whole system that you're fighting against has got this kind of tidal wave that's pushing you away. But once we begin to realize that actually we're all, these millions of movements from around the world, we're all working together towards something that we can share, towards a life-affirming future. And we're all sharing some of these same principles. It empowers all of us. It gives coherence to all of us. And that, to me, is what's so exciting about this. And as I've studied this, I've begun to discover that every aspect of our civilization, whether it's economics, whether it's technology, whether it's agriculture, you name it, the great thinkers have already figured out ways in which to make a life-affirming system actually work. Put it all together, cohere it all together, and we have an alternative, coherent vision that actually can work, just has a possibility of giving us a future we can actually thrive. Like we started this morning, that 2093, that future, that potential future of an ecological civilization. And I'd like to leave you with just one final thought about this. There was all of us, we just looked this morning, but all of us know how desperately the situation is right now as we're heading towards the precipice, right? And there was a great systems thinker from the 20th century, his name was Ilya Prigogine, he studied how complex systems transition from one coherence to another in a phase state, a phase transition. And what he showed is that as the system uncoheres from its original coherence, it begins to get chaotic, begins to look all messy, mushy, sort of like a caterpillar, right, in the cocoon. But then, as he explains it, certain what he calls islands of coherence appear. And those islands of coherence, they get stronger and they connect with others, and they actually lead to a different phase state. And the phase state that ends up happening is based on the islands of coherence that gain that strength. So, as he calls it, these islands of coherence appear in a sea of chaos. And so, our challenge, what's available to us to work towards in the future, each of us, is to look for those islands of coherence, be those islands of coherence, build them, and just as importantly, connect with those other islands. So as the sea of chaos begins to overwhelm our entire world, there's just that possibility that all of us here, with all these great ideas and so many others from around the world, can actually create that new continent, that new different kind of civilization, an ecological civilization. That, to me, is the great opportunity, the great challenge of our time and of this century. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much, Jeremy. Having grown up in Long Island, which was hardly a coherent island, I appreciate that. Our next speaker is Liz Hoskins. Liz is going to talk about cultivating regenerative lifeways. She is the co-founder and director of the Gaia Foundation, which works with indigenous communities worldwide to restore biocultural diversity. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. A lot of listening. So I'm going to tell you a story. And the story is about a friend and a colleague called Simon Mitambo, who lives in Kenya. And he is one of the graduates of a training course that we invented some 10 years ago at the request of some of our friends and partners in Africa. And there are other stories like Simon in 6 other countries in Africa who are working with their indigenous communities. So one of the core practices is cultivating our relation with nature, with Mother Earth, with Pachamama, as Natalie said earlier, with our ecological self, with the wider ecological community who we are one of. And there are many practices, but Simon, the one particular one that he chose amongst others that he does, is to cultivate his relationship with the river that he grew up nearby. And so, being a very diligent practitioner, he would walk barefoot regularly to visit his river, to get to know the river, and to sometimes swim in the river, to get to know the communities who live along the borders of the river. And as he deepened his relationship with the river, he discovered, or rather he said, she revealed things to him that he had not seen as a child. For example, a cave that he'd never seen before, he suddenly discovered. The other root practice of an earth jurisprudence practitioner is to develop relationships with knowledgeable elders, those elders who have a deep knowledge of the culture and a spiritual connection with the ancestors. And it takes time to cultivate this relationship with elders. At first, they're suspicious of why this clever young man who lived in the city and who did all the right educational things is now suddenly interested in the tradition. So what Simon did is what we all do, and that is told them a story. And the story he told is a very long story, so I won't be able to tell it all, but basically about communities in the Colombian Amazon that found themselves in a situation where their culture was collapsing and under the impact of the missionaries, the traders, this development thing. And they began a process of reviving their knowledge and their traditions and their practices. And that finally has led to them governing a huge area of the Colombian Amazon according to their own spiritually centered governance systems. So when Simon told the elders the story, they said, but it's the same here for us. Our children go to these schools, they don't know anything about the tradition. We're demonized for practicing our spiritual practices. And so there was a lamenting, a deep lamenting from the elders. So Simon said, well, do you think we could try to see if we could do what the people in the Amazon did? And the elders said, yes, we know other elders who have deep knowledge. Why don't we gather? So they agreed to gather regularly under a tree and call elders and anyone who was interested to reflect on how they used to live in the territory before all the unraveling. What did they used to do? What seeds did they used to grow? What foods did they used to eat? Because now they're dependent on maize and the hybrids and the inputs. How did they relate to their territory? What about their sacred sites? So they began this journey of reviving their traditions. And the woman gathered and talked about the seeds that they used to grow. And they started to remember the huge diversity, for example, of the millet and the sorghum and the green grams. And they asked each other, do any of us have even a handful of any of these left? And slowly they started to find that different women in the community, some of them far away in rural, very rural area, would have just one handful of a variety they used to have. And so they shared these varieties, they multiplied them, they started to make again the traditional foods they used to make. They began to do their blessing of the seeds before planting, the rituals around harvesting food, and they started to bring back things like the diverse calabashes they used to have. And then they remembered that they used to use calabashes to drink from, to eat from, to make instruments out of. And so they started to do this. They started to teach the young people how to play these instruments. And then they remembered other instruments they used to use, because the singing and the dancing around the rituals for blessing the seeds and for the harvest festival, the singing and the dancing, so the songs came back, but also the instruments. And the young people were interested in learning how to make the instruments again. And the men, because it's mainly men who are custodians of sacred sites, began to work together to see who amongst them was still doing the rituals. And some of them were doing it hidden because of the dominant Christian religion that demonized the spirituality of the indigenous people there. And others were not doing the rituals. They had just given up. And so slowly they began to help each other to revive their sacred sites. Some of them had been badly damaged, and to bring back the rituals. And as they brought back the rituals, so the rain began to come. Because the rituals in this area, which is semi-arid, the Tharaka community, are done largely to call the rain, as they say. And so as they did the rituals, so the rain started to come back. But because many of the sites had been so destroyed, they started then to think, we need to revive our customary laws, because our customary laws are based on understanding how our territory works. What are the laws that the territory taught us? How to live here and to keep the well-being of the territory and ourselves in relation to our ancestors. So they began to revive their customary laws. And last year, they managed to revive the memory of how to do a very big ritual in a big sacred site. And after the ritual, they said, the rains have come back in the right way. They've come from the right direction. They've come with the right quality of rain, not too heavy, not too light. And so, of course, the food, there was an enormous amount of food in the last year, and also the territory just came to life. I was there earlier this year, and the rivers were starting to flow again, the streams were flowing, the wetlands were full. And so one of the other practices that the communities do, with the guidance and the support of Simon and the other practitioners, who we say accompany the communities in this process, in this journey of revival, is to reflect on what have we been, how is our path, what have we been doing, what has changed, what more do we want to do? And one of the many things that they reflected on, seeing as we're talking about economics here, and we think of it as money, is that by reviving their cultural traditions, which are deeply embedded in their relationship to their territory, they're able to save money from not buying seed, not buying fertilizer, not needing to buy so much food. Handicrafts have come back. And so their thinking is by reviving their traditions, their cultural traditions, which are born of the territory, and take care of the territory, many of their economic needs are met. And so what they are looking at now is, what do we need cash for? And how can we find ways of accessing what we need to minimize our need for cash and our dependency on the system that is destroying us or has been destroying us? But how do we retain our self-sufficiency and work with other neighboring traditions so that we can have a bigger exchange between ourselves and the other communities which are being inspired by what the Tharaka communities are doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. By show of hands here, how many people have had an opportunity to work with an indigenous community? If you haven't done so, make it a priority. It is life-changing. I want to take just a moment to introduce our next speaker, but in a slightly different way. I have known Helena Norberg Hodge for more than 30 years. We met as fellows at the Transnational Institute, which was a very lefty institute, still exists in Amsterdam, and we were the only people in a sea of state-loving fellows that believed in decentralism. And we felt kind of beleaguered, belittled. We found refuge in one another. And she has served for me, and I think for so many of us, as a true north over the last many decades. And Helena, I just really salute the work you've done. Thank you for being there for all of us.
You're going to make me cry, but I don't want to. But, you know, my true north was Ladakh. And it was implanted in my soul, and it made it very difficult to go against that, you know, experience and truth that I knew. So, yeah, don't make me cry again, because I have a lot to say. But, so it has meant, as Michael said, that we were often belittled and marginalized, and we kept at it. And I think, as I look at it, it's precisely what Michael also said, what Liz is talking about, is that experience of a more indigenous, more place-based, more localized, embedded way of life. And knowing that that provides health, that provides joy, it provides meaning. And, you know, if nothing else, it also provides a lack of fear of aging, because the deep connection between the youngest and the oldest was fundamental in our evolution. I'm so grateful to Darsha for bringing in the evolved nest. I'm so grateful for Liz's work. I'm so grateful to all of you. I'm hearing from many of you that you have that broad experience. How can we bring that into a dominant narrative which is shutting it out, I want all of you to become the new mycelial media network. And the way to do that is to try to connect with people you know, try to create a bit of a hub, a human scale group where you commit to spreading the word. And it's spreading the films that some of my colleagues call a movimento. The films are very useful when you have the images together with the words. And by the way, I do want to say that we have books and films, for any of you who still have DVDs, we have books and films right outside the door. Please look at them. I also would love you to look at the little booklet I put together that's on the table. It's got our Local Futures logo on it. It was quite a lot of sweat, blood, and tears for me to put that together last minute before we finalized this summit. And please do spread the word, spread the films, become messengers, be aware that changing, as Jeremy was also saying, changing the thought, the perspective, the paradigm, the assumptions is something that could happen very quickly. And from our point of view, what it has required is this coming together of that more land-based, localized way as a culture, as a way of life, with what has become a monolithic, monocultural system. I don't even want to call it culture. Our children are being shaped by for-profit needs to extract wealth, and that wealth grows with breakdown. Illness contributes to GDP. And as we saw in the film, the social media film, when Tristan Harris, we see how the social media have become a vicious, algorithmic army dividing us from ourselves, from each other, and from our home life, the living earth. Let's also remember that the message from the indigenous is also about that deep connection between people. I said it yesterday as well. Don't demonize the human. Jeremy also mentioned, we don't realize the extent to which we're being encouraged to demonize human nature and to blame ourselves. We're living in a culture where we are made to feel like we, you and I, are the reason the climate chaos is growing, the reason there is a mountain of plastic that now is entering our bloodstream and every part of the planet. No, we were victims of completely blind economic theories. We don't need to blame anyone. We don't need to blame ourselves, we don't need to blame the CEOs, we don't need to blame Maggie Thatcher. It's not going to help. What's going to help is that holistic understanding. And it's wonderful to be able to share it without anger and blame. It's wonderful to be able to share it in love, compassion for all of us as victims of a type of blind ideology. So we like to leave people with what we call the 5 R's. And the first R is reconnect. The reconnection that you can engage in right now learns, in my experience, I learned from indigenous culture, and I came back to Sweden, a country which was, at that time in the 70s, a pinnacle of industrial success, a model of a more just and sane industrial culture. People were living alone. More than half the dwellings in Stockholm, one person living alone, in a high-rise block, all of it created by cheap fossil fuels. The industrial agriculture that swept people off the land into the city, into the high-rise building, no sign of life anywhere. Depression, alcoholism, suicide. That's when I became aware of the economics of happiness, going in exactly the opposite direction, towards the land, towards community, and towards that deep reconnection. When you choose to reconnect, try to find a human scale group around you, between 3 and maybe up to 20, 25 people, to meet regularly, to share a story of how can we heal personally while doing meaningful systemic transformational work to heal the planet. Once we say that as a we turn the I to a we, it becomes a joyous, positive journey. It's when we're alone and isolated and think, how am I going to change this vast system? It's very different. Please remember also, don't fall for the mantra that it starts with inner work. No. Inner work is never separate from outer work. The two go together. Thank you. So the path of reconnection to others, where we're able to be vulnerable, real, imperfect. We are all imperfect. All of life is imperfect. Perfection is the enemy. Life is imperfect, constantly changing. A dance in which we are allowed to feel perfect, basically. The child that is accepted exactly as they are in multi-generational functioning, multi-generational economies that function in that way. So reconnection with others, fundamental. And when you do that as a journey in reconnecting to nature, when you add to that you might actually produce some food and teach children how to grow something from a seed, you are multiplying the positive effects. Reconnection to others, to nature, and meaningful, productive work. You're producing something that everybody needs. That's why you've seen a lot about food and farming in this. Please remember to go back to the actual farming and the support of farmers. The next R is rethink. So the rethinking includes these assumptions about human nature, about nature itself. The third R is don't be afraid to resist. We need resistance and renewal. So resist and renew. Have a clear no to a world which now, if we don't wake up, will increase the army of algorithms extracting profit for fewer and fewer and fewer. There are truly the winners in this. When you destroy life itself, of course, there are no winners, but the actual financial winners are far less than 1% of humanity. We are fools if we allow this to continue. So resistance and renewal. The renewal is that rebuilding of the fabric of the local. And the final is rejoice. So reconnect, rethink, resist, renew, and rejoice. Remember to celebrate what is still so good, what is so alive. When you look at a baby's face, when you look at a blade of grass, when you see the sky, rejoice. Thank you.
Thank you for that rejoicing message. So, as I understand it, we have about 15 minutes. We've just decided to go a little bit longer. You will still get a good lunch. You will still have a great afternoon. You've been sitting for a long time. So I'm going to ask folks here one question. We're going to get a little bit of colloquy, and then I'm going to go out to you and hopefully get some great feedback from you folks. So the question I want to ask you, I know there is deep suspicion about money, so I don't mean this question in monetary terms. But if a billionaire came to you tomorrow and said, here's $1 billion to build your vision, what would you do with it? Jeremy?
Well, thanks, and if anyone's offering, I'm happy to talk about it later. But yeah, you know, there was a period back in the 1940s and 1950s when we had a different kind of society, which was like a mixed state, market-based economy. And a group of people wanted to try to change the world. And they created something they called the Mont Pelerin Society, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. And over decades, it took them decades to get going, but over decades, they were able to get this coherent transformation of the world, which they said was based on individual liberty. And they came up with these labels that everyone got so excited about that led to these last few decades of neoliberalism and the basic destruction of life on Earth as we're moving towards that right now. And what I would love to do with that $1 billion is for us to co-create something like that, but towards that vision of an ecological civilization. So we can, but very, very different from what they did, because it wouldn't be hierarchical based. It would be based on self-organization. And it wouldn't be based on these few white elite males telling the rest of the world what to do. It would be based on indigenous people and people who have been taking the oppression of colonialism for hundreds of years, leading the way along with white people and people with the economic and cultural power in the global north to actually transform from a focused way, a coherent way, towards that ecological civilization, funneling those funds into those islands of coherence, learning from them the great skills that are developing, what is called fractal scaling, scaling it up, and then shifting media understanding, what's called the Overton window. It's the name of another neoliberal thinker. The Overton window defines what is considered normal, acceptable discourse in mainstream thinking, shifting that towards an ecological civilization. That's what I do with that money. And by the way, just want to say, if you're interested in exploring this a little bit more, we actually have a breakout group after lunch where I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on this. And you can always join the Deep Transformation Network at deeptransformation.network. Thousands of us around the world are already having these discussions about pathways towards that future. Thank you.
What a question. I think the first thing that comes to mind is what I learned from shamans in the Amazon who said, money is hot, cool it with thought. So it would need a lot of cooling. The second thing is that money isn't the answer to salvation. That money can, obviously, based on what the Amazonians have said, and we know, money can damage a lot. And so I think that what I would do is find people who knew more about money than me, because I don't, and to find a way to hold that money so that it can go to the global networks that we are all part of in such a way that doesn't do damage. And it doesn't do damage when there's enough building that has happened on the ground with communities and with initiatives so that they can receive the money without causing conflict, because money does that. Money creates addiction, it creates conflict, and we've seen a lot of that. So I can't give a smart answer, but I can give an answer of cooling it with a lot of thought.
I would like to do two things. I would like to make visible the voices and the movements that are really not seen in the Anglo monoculture. Right now, in this summit, we do have 57 countries, either people here represented or streaming. Armenia, Iran, I mean, from around the world. Our materials, Ancient Futures book, Economics of Happiness, those materials were translated into more than 50 languages. They've been used by local hubs, local groups to strengthen self-respect, to strengthen their ability to remain connected to a truly ecological local economy. To be truly ecological, the economy has to be localized. It has to be adapted to the diversity of life. It has to be adapted to those roots that go back tens of thousands of years in a cultural tradition linked to diversity. So we would love to be able to make this chorus of voices from around the world more visible inside the industrialized Anglo world, where politics of identity is dividing us, viciously dividing us, encouraging this fear of the other. There is a message out there that is whole, that is uniting, that is rooted in love and compassion for life. We want to make that more visible, and we need the money to get that out, to get these films, these books, these voices out. I would also use the money to strengthen the hubs that exist, and as Liz was saying, the movements that are represented here, because there are so many that are moving us towards life. The permaculture movement, the eco-village movement, the bioregional movement, and of course for us the umbrella is localization, because it's a return to life, to diversity. Slight difference there with Jeremy, not in any intent, but language. We prefer to talk about ecological cultures, the multiplicity as we adapt to diversity. And we prefer to talk about Tata instead of Tina. Tina, there is no alternative. Tata, there are thousands of alternatives. Thank you.
So I've been told that we have 3 minutes left, so I take orders from on high. So I would just like to go around and get ideas of just no more than 20 or 30 seconds from a bunch of people of what you think needs to happen next to make this new economics happen. Anyone? Yeah.
We need to wake up to some of the solutions that are being put to climate change, like vertical farming, GM wheat, GM livestock, solar panels all over our fields. What is that doing? What is that the solution for? We're going in exactly the wrong direction.
Okay, improve our solutions. Yes.
Connect to our higher self.
Higher self. Okay, higher self and higher action.
We need to get the media to listen and get involved and spread the word.
Oh, the media, listen, that'll take some work. Back there. Ooh, experiential science. Up there. Okay, and back there.
Try to address a wider public in regards to uniting people behind matters and get away from separating them.
All right, bringing us together. Yes. Put our money where our mouth is. Right on, yeah. Challenge patriarchy. Okay. Back there.
Could we use the $1 billion in the UK to buy the Daily Mail, the Daily Telegraph, and the Times?
Oh, I love that.
And fill their pages with the speakers at this conference.
Yes, and I have an idea that would cost zero, which is give indigenous peoples their land back. And let's have some real models out there. We have run out of time. Thank you to our glorious speakers.
Yes,
thank you to all of you.
One of the most important lessons from localized indigenous cultures is that they had participatory culture, connecting between the generations, and that meant they danced and sang and made music together. And that's why I've invited Jurgis back to remind us of the central role of song and dance together, not spectator and stars, together. And that's what Jurgis does, community music. Thank you, Jurgis.
Decolonizing the Imaginarium. Did you hear that this morning? To decolonize the Imaginarium. What does that mean? What does it mean? I don't hear you. Freedom. I love the idea of decolonizing the Imaginarium because something that is as infinite as the imagination, all of the sudden, is expanded by new horizons. I'll take the example of music. A lot of people think that music is a consumable. It's something that I listen to. It's something that I sing in the shower or in the car. But the idea that music is vibration and that, for example, nature loves it when you sing to music is something that I find really beautiful. I like to go out with my guitar and play to the sea, play to the birds. And about 5 years ago, we had this beautiful experience with my mother. We were listening to birds and they were singing Cielito Lindo. Have you heard the song Cielito Lindo? La 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 la. Yeah? Da, 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 right. So the question arose, is it us singing to nature or is nature singing to us? And can we calibrate nature and can we recalibrate ourselves with nature through a song? And me being also Lithuanian, not only Colombian, at some point I started to talk to some magical ladies and they said, yes, in some of our old folk music, there are songbird songs. And so we tune with the bird tunes with us. And what I wanted to do is to expand the horizons of your own imaginarium right now and teach you a little air, a little melody that you can sing to the birds next time you're out in the wilderness. And by the way, there's someone in the UK called Sam Lee who can take you. Yo, what an amazing guy, no? Yeah, think about that. Changing the relationship we have with nature through music. So, the melody sounds like this. La 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 la. La 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 la. Another whole thing. La 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 la. And we're gonna add some words because we're a verbose species, right? Feel free to sing whatever you want, whenever you want. I would suggest we begin with just a little bit of tuning. La, la. Yeah, you can clap. I was just asked to inform you not to stand up, but clapping is good. If you've got hands, make good use of them. Whereby. Some words. Try this one. I hear rolling waves. I hear rolling waves. I hear rolling waves. What? Pounding in my head. Pounding in my head. A little bit more feeling. Pounding in my head. Excuse me? Pounding in my head. Sing a song for me from long ago. Braids of velvet sound that swell and flow. Lyrics are irrelevant. You can do the la la la's. Who's to say this tune is yours? da boo, do da boo, do da boo. Do da boo, do da boo, do da boo, do. Do da boo, 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 do da boo. Some stay with this. Do da boo, with a dee do da boo. It has to be resilient. Do da boo. Do, and someone will sing, I hear rolling waves. One more time. Pounding in my head. I hear rolling waves. Yeah, I hear rolling waves. Oh, I hear rolling waves pounding in my head. Pounding in my head. Pounding in my head. So Helena asked me to do something where you're going from the external to the internal. So the whispers of nature permeate you. And then you find someone and you share them. And so that was kind of the idea of this activity, to challenge your imaginarium, to believe that nature is alive and you can assimilate, take these things, marinate them inside, and then spread that love in other places.
Thank you, Yorgis. I'm very happy to say that Yorgis is coming back. And we're all ready for more. And if you hang around for tonight, we can really dance and jump around here. I hope it won't screw up the live streaming again. Anyway, so I'm really, really pleased to invite and introduce 4 speakers from Thailand, Mexico, Italy, and India. And it will give you not only a flavor of this strong global to local movement that's happening, but it will also show you that we actually got a lot of people, as you probably have seen and heard already, that are doing things, that are creating solutions, that are inspiring others, that are the seedbed for rethinking the economy and recreating community and place-based economies where we are. So nothing is more important than the people that are doing that on the ground, and that's what we're going to hear about now. The first speaker, John Jandai from Thailand, an amazing man, as you will hear. He's a farmer, he's a seed saver, he's an educator, he's the founder of an educational farm called Pun Pun, that has made a huge impact in Thailand with lots of people changing their way of thinking and teaching them valuable skills for sustainable living. Over to you, John.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm a farmer, but it's not romantic. So don't think about a farmer who have the tractor, have the big silo, who have a lot of horses to ride around the ranch. Farmers in Thailand mean poor. It means uneducated people, means people who have no choice. That's why many young farmers have to move to the city. They want to looking for a new choice in their life. They want to have a better life. So I'm one of those young people at that time. I was dreaming about the city life must be very fun. When I look at the movie, when I watch the movie, people live in the city, so nice. Big house, fancy car, everywhere, it's beautiful. So I went to the city for 7 years. I feel like I'm different species from people in the city. Because city people at that time, it looked like they work very hard. They don't think about happiness, don't think about love, don't think about freedom. Just work and make money, work and make money, work and make money. I work like them. I feel very tired, more than 10 hours per day, never have enough to eat. And I have a bad place to stay. Small room with 4 people. I think, why humans have to live like this? It's like termites. You maybe don't know what is termite. Termite is a kind of animal who make a big mound, like a tall mound. Millions of them live in there. They have society underground. Human in the city in Bangkok is just like that. I feel like they work so hard, but they did not do anything for themselves. I feel like that. They have a lot, but they don't feel enough. They work a lot, but they don't care about themselves, because I think the most important thing in our life is our health, our life. They have a lot, but they buy fancy toy. Even they're old, but they have a lot of fancy toy. But they don't eat good food. They eat garbage. I think I cannot live like this. I think I dream about my village where I came from. We have the big trees. I can take a nap under the trees in the daytime. It's so nice. Whenever I want food, I walk to the forest, I walk to the river, I got food. But live in the city, 10 hours per day working, and I have only one instant noodle, one package of instant noodle per one meal. I think I don't want to live like this. This is not a place for people like me. This is a place for robots who don't care about life, don't care about freedom, happiness, or love. I left Bangkok, came back home. But one thing I got from the city is fear. City put fear on my head that you cannot go back home. You will have no money. You have no insurance. You have no security. That's what in my head. But I need to make decision that I have to go. I cannot live like this. And when I came back home, I worked only 3 months. The first 3 months, I worked only 1 hour per day in the garden. I grow enough food to feed 6 people. I feel life is so easy. Why we have to work 10 hours per day and not enough to eat to feed 1 people? And after that, I built a small bamboo hut. I took about 2 months, maybe. I got a small house, nice. Live in that house. I don't need to spend 30 years to make a house like a city people. And then after that, I experiment to build earthen house. It's even easier and lasts longer. So I built many houses. Now, I don't have many people, a lot of money, but I have more than 20 houses in our land. So I feel like we have so many choices in our life. Why we always choose the hardest choice all the time? I don't understand that. That's what city people like to do. And then I think about why we need to buy shampoo. 1 bottle of shampoo is $4 or $6 sometimes. But the cost of shampoo less than $1. But the cost of bottle very expensive. Do we need bottle? After we use shampoo, we did not save the bottle. We throw away. The expensive one we throw away. We use only a little bit of shampoo. It costs less than $1. I feel like we learn so much. Why we have to do something stupid like this? I decided to learn how to make shampoo. I spent $4. I make 10 liters of shampoo. And I can use shampoo for 3 years, the whole family. Never buy any expensive bottle after that. I spent another $4 to make soap. Just buy, sometimes I buy only sodium hydroxide. I make my own coconut oil. I make tons of soap at home. I don't know how can I use all my soap that I have now. So I have to give away a lot of soap. When I give more, I have more friends. More people give back to me. So it seemed like it's very fun. After that, more people want to learn from me how to grow garden, how to make soap, how to build houses. So we start a place we call Pan Pan, where people can come and learn how to make our life easy. For people who want to have easy, but people who love something complicated and hard, they enjoy it, it's okay. We need choice. People love different things. We cannot make people think the same way. That's the truth. So more and more people come. And when people come and learn, and they went back and then start to do it at home. Whenever you grow a garden, you cannot finish all of it. I grow one small garden. I have 5 chili trees, 5 eggplants, 5 papaya, 5, everything 5, more than 30 varieties. And I cannot finish it. Even one chili tree, I cannot finish the whole family because it's too spicy. So the rest of it, we need to give to friends, to people nearby. And then we still have a lot left, so we sell it. We start a small market in the village. So we sell in the market in a normal price. We make income after that. And then when more people do like me, we start to have more surplus from many people. Many people don't like to sell, don't like to go to the market. We organized one, we found a company in Thailand. It's a social enterprise company. And we're collecting surplus from many, many people who do something like me. And we sell in Bangkok. Now we have 3 restaurants in Bangkok and 1 restaurant in the south. So this company there are more than 10,000 farmers or 10,000 people who bought the share in this company. So this is what we spreading. We start from ourselves. We start small and spreading more and more. So now the idea of self-reliance start to grow quite fast in Thailand because we feel like whenever we can rely on ourselves, we start to feel freedom, happiness, and joy. This is what we feel like is the answer for everything in our life as a farmer like us. We cannot fight, we don't know much. We cannot fight with the big company, we cannot fight with the government because we have very low education, we are poor. But we can help ourselves, we can change ourselves. This is what I think is the big change in our life. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, John. Hard act to follow. So I've got the pleasure now of introducing my great friend and colleague, Patricia Mogul Viveros from Mexico. Andale, amiga. Patricia is a strong and well-known voice, ecofeminist, environmentalist in Mexico. She's got a PhD in agroecology, but she's worked a lot on community resilience, ecopedagogy, and her work now is very much focused on building broad alliances for a global to local shift, and this is something we've been collaborating on. And she's also a great dancer. So maybe we'll see some of that. Thank you. Over to you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes. Well, Mexico has thousands of local economic experience in which millions of peasant, indigenous, and urban producers are defining their social construction with territorially rooted forms of production, distribution, consumption, with a strong cultural identity. Its action builds sovereignty with community roots, in which its main goal is to achieve not only management autonomy and sustainability, but also trust, solidarity, as well as process of decision and democratic participation. So in Mexico, most of the experience called local, social, or solidarity economy, their main goals are the construction of networks or short circuits of value whose behavior is based on original traditional principles that are based on ancestral practices such as bartering or trueque, tequio or hand-turned, cooperation and solidarity to the common benefit o bien común. I will present some examples of these solidarity local networks in two ways. As strategies of resistance and resilience against the global corporation power, and two, as a network group called Alliance for a Local Future, whose central goal was to build a bridge of communication and exchange of local experience. The first example is a agroecology movement of defense of maize or corn at national and international levels. We are a group of people who decided to legally defend native corn in its center of origin in the face of the threat posed by transgenic corn, large companies. Mexico is the cradle where corn was born, a plant that united 64 cultures in its territory, which the long cultural evolutionary process led to the diversification of 60 races of corn with their thousands of highly nutritious varieties of native corn. Currently, native seeds of maize are sown by 2.5 million peasant households. Milpas, a Nahuatl name, is the polyculture system where corn is supplemented by other crops such bean, squash, chile, pepper, amaranto, and several species of edible greens we call quelites. This social movement initiated in 2002, responding to pollution of native maize with transgenes created in laboratories by harmful chemical companies such as Monsanto, Syngenta, DuPont, and Dow. In 2007, our social agroecology movement in defense of maize initiated the campaign known as Without Maíz, There is No Country. Sin maíz, no hay país. And by 2013, agglutinating communities and organizations from 12 states working together with other civil associations in defense of native maize, but also for territorial and alimentary autonomy. During the same year, the main accomplishment of our movement was stopping the commercial release of genetically modified maize in Mexico. So for 10 years, we have managed to prevent the legal planting of transgenic corn in Mexico by court order. The current federal government managed to issue a law decree prohibiting the entry of GMOs into the country, as well as the total elimination of glyphosate in 2025. The second example comes from our directly contribution to World Localization Day that began 4 years ago through a network of collaboration who have been working for at least 4 decades ago with a vast range of community and non-profit organizations in rural and urban areas in local economies in Mexico. We call this network Group Alliance for a Local Future, whose central goal has been to make visible and multiply the diversity of experience in local economies that we have in Mexico. This Alliance for a Local Future was integrated by 8 persons and coordinated by Anja, Lyngbaek, and I, who link this experience, the experience of various communities and local localization in 4 main lines. The agroecology network in Mexico, the experience of Union of Indigenous Cooperatives, Tosepan Titatanisque, as a model to other regions, the importance of alternative market or flea markets in food, and the local production strategies in urban areas. I will mention just 2 of these. The Agroecology Network in Mexico is an initiative gathering peasants, indigenous people, women, consumers, human population, technical advisors, non-governmental organizations, and universities. In Mexico, the agroecologist practice are practices by tens of thousands of peasant households in Mexico, Alliance for Local Futures has been building an agroecologist network with young people for the local, linked with sustainable food production and consumption, and weaving networks for the local urban areas too. This work was coordinated by a good friend of ours, Miguel Ángel Escalona. The second group was integrated, is Tosepan Titatanisque, is a Nahuatl name, which the meaning is, just together we will win. So, and now the president is a woman. This network of cooperatives is integrated by 35,000 members and is located in Puebla, Mexico. Its experience has been an inspiration for many communities and social movements for the construction of their autonomy and community management, as well as for resistance against large mining companies and corporations. I will end by sharing with all of you that Morelia, the city where I live, has around 1,000 producers who belongs to another network, agroecology, which calls Sembrando Vida or Sowing Life. Sowing Life corresponds to a successful project of the current center-left government that we have today, whose main goal has been the poor first for the good of all. Recently, we are building links with them to provide them some human space where they can offer their products to the consumers. The future will be local. That's all, in order to make a safe place in Earth for the totality of life and for the future generation. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, mil gracias. We've got 2 more speakers. Stay around and we'll go for lunch afterwards. So next speaker is Tiziana Alterio from Italy. Tiziana is a journalist, a best-selling author. And she's the founder of the media Il Mediterraneo. She's a very strong voice in Italy, a very strong critique against corporate control. And she's also an advocate for a global to local shift. So over to her. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here with you. And I want to thank Helena for inviting me and for your incredible work over the years. I'm an activist and a journalist, independent journalist. I've chosen to step outside the big television networks because I strongly believe that there is no true journalism if there is no freedom. And I have chosen freedom. The mainstream only tells us false truth. I remember very well when I decided to be on the right side of history for me. It was the year 2000 when the first no global movements were born. That generation of 30 years old, of which I was part, understood very well where we were going to end up. This is where we have got to. This map is a picture of the enormous power of multinational corporations. Imagine them as a giant octopus with the three key financial players at its center: Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street. They control not only big corporations, but also international organizations and governments through financial control. Behind them is a global elite manipulating the world. Now, this system is rapidly advancing with artificial intelligence, the control society, gender fluidity, and the idea of transhumanism, and the fourth industrial revolution, as well described by Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum. Even my own country, Italy, which was once a strong nation, has fallen to these multinational and financial, buying up our Made in Italy brands that represent our great creativity in food, fashion, art, and beauty. I have brought two symbols to describe Italy's current state. First, the Green Pass card, representing the harsh repression and health tyranny we have faced until last year. Our right to work and make choices about our health treatment was denied. Second, the water of our sea, the wonderful Mediterranean, turned into a cemetery due to the system that cares more about money than lives. But all this we know very well. And we also know that there is a good news for all of us. The winds of change are blowing strong. This system is in crisis, not just economically, politically, and culturally, but also spiritually. It is an unnatural, deeply unjust, that promoting a desire we don't need and causing unhappiness. Major world powers are undergoing a significant shift in global politics, and people are becoming more aware of their own beliefs and values. When the darkness becomes more intense, there is also a great power of light. In Italy, a lot of resistance groups emerging last 3 years, also thanks to independent channels spreading free information. So, I'm here today as a voice for the brave people in Italy who resisted with the courage to help tyranny and are now rebuilding their communities, returning to the land, establishing new schools, creating energy communities, organizing local health care and new political parties, and most importantly, rediscovering the beauty of unity. In a word, we are naturally relocalizing. And for us, it is like returning home to our original Mediterranean values after having lost ourselves in the religion of neoliberalism. I'm so proud of all of them. Dear friends, we have before us a colossal challenge and an important historical responsibility to support this inner rebirth, which starts with the people and will lead to a political revolution when we become a massive and unstoppable force. Then we can influence international agreements that have helped the system grow. We need now your help. We need a clear vision of the new world we are building, and we need to connect with the like-minded people who have embarked on the same ship on the new humanity, leaving behind the old world. We are called to speed up the process. We must seize this moment in history, and we cannot waste precious time. We are called to imagine new operational strategies while also being poetic and more visionary. We should learn from nature. Small fish can't defeat a big fish alone, but when they unite, they can drive it away. Likewise, we need to reconnect our communities and become one single force. In addition to reconnecting as a human being, we are called to take a next step. We can integrate within ourselves the experience of what we have gone through in order for us to awaken and to understand that the true horizon of this life is being able to love. In conclusion, I will leave you with the other two symbols of Italy, which represent for me the rebirth the world needs. A bit of land from my country, because only returning to caring for our land and feeding ourselves with our own food, and only by recovering the power of our different cultural identities, we can take a real step for a new humanity. Second, an image of a young woman with a crown and a palm tree, symbolizing Italy and the Great Mother. I choose this image because the Western world urgently needs those qualities of the feminine and of the spirit, of the soul, such as sharing, beauty, compassion, cooperation, creativity, caring, which reconnect us with the essence of life. The energy, faith, courage, and determination we invest in building the new humanity will make our lives meaningful. The time of arrogance is over. It's a time to exist together. Thank you. From the bottom of my life, of my heart. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you, Tiziana. By the way, you can hear more from all these 4 speakers later today in different breakout sessions. But now I'm going to introduce Rima Kumar from Booming College, from Priya Wisdom School, 2 fantastic, amazing institutions in India that is changing the lives for a lot of people. So I'll leave the words with you, Rima. Yes, and the first thing we're going to do is actually show a short video that will give you an idea, really short video, what they are like. You'll hear from other voices there, young and old, including founder Sept. Please put on the video, and then Rima will follow up.
Modern economics, the globalized economic system that dominates the world today, was supposed to be about trickle down, about wealth of the rich steadily helping the poor shake off their desperate poverty. What is actually happening is absorb up, the absorbing upwards of more and more wealth from the poor to the rich. In India, it is the 1% super rich who own 58% of the total wealth. The share of wealth of the top 10% has gone up during the years of globalization, and the share of the bottom 90% has gone down. The land, the commons such as forests and water and labor at obscenely low cost, all are being exploited by infrastructure projects, by big businesses and big corporations of the globalized economic system. The economic system that legitimizes profits at all costs has led to cruel, inhuman behavior all over the world. The corona pandemic in India has shown how tens of millions of migrant workers are treated by capitalists who run factories and businesses. So what we need is a more sane and humane economic system, a more localized economic system in terms of labor, small businesses, especially for staple foods. We need such localization not only for the world, but within large countries like India, so that most migrant workers do not have to go thousands of kilometers away from their families and communities in search of work. Booming College is a unique institution for holistic learning that has been supporting youngsters to work for sustainable living and localization through its one-year fellowship programs. The Bhumi Eco-Village Network was launched to focus attention on the importance of their work and also to invite many more to engage in local projects. I think we are in the early stages of a movement towards localization. It is in our hands to choose to localize.
Let's choose to localize.
And adopt community life. And be vibrant.
And reduce the stress on our landfills.
Live locally and be happy.
So, namaste to everyone sitting here.
So you would have got glimpse into the work that Bhumi has been doing through this video, but I'd like to flesh out some details so that you get a sense of our story. We began with a school called the Prakriya Green Wisdom School over 2 decades ago. And one of the things that we were, Sita and a few of us who joined us, were firmly convinced about was that education ought to be the catalyst for change, to bring about a new narrative. And we felt that education ought to foster ecological consciousness, deep ecological sensitivity if we want to bring about the change, rather than just focusing on creating workforce for the industrialized world. So we said, okay, this is our intent, this is the convictions that we are with, so how do we go about it? And listening to Helena just a while back, I felt such a resonance because the 3 principles that we said would be our guiding principles to change the narrative was reconnecting with land, reconnecting with the self, and reconnecting with communities. We felt those will be our guiding principles going ahead to change the narrative of education for this group who had set out on this journey. So we worked with the school for over a decade, and it was a very enriching experiment. The school still continues. But we also felt this, this need, this urge to work directly and intensely with issues, with the damages that is brought about by globalization, climate change, and ecological destruction. And from that unrest was born the idea of Bhumi College and the Bhumi Network. Through this, we also felt we could expand our circle of influence, if you may say so, to adults, to communities, both in the rural as well as the urban areas. So the question arose, okay, what aspects would we focus on in this new kind of education that we wanted to focus on? And one of the first things we felt we needed to do was education needs to question the dominant paradigm. Education needs to relook at a more ecocentric way of living to enable people to have a deeper understanding of the problems we are facing, to look at root level issues, to join the dots, to find the interconnections between the multiple issues and crises that we are facing. We felt that that was very critical to be able to see the big picture, and that's one thing we've focused on. Along with that, to also enable people to see stories of hope, to become aware of alternatives, because all that also gives seeds of hope to act, to do whatever one wishes or deeply desires to do. The second aspect that we focused on was to build that reverence for the living earth that supports us through practices of spending time in nature, wilderness experiences, Gaia meditations, working with the soil, because to experience the magical living earth is to also feel a strong call, a strong inspiration to act. Along with that, we felt there needs to be celebration, celebrating the earth, celebrating communities, celebrating eco-wise ways of living. In fact, just tomorrow and day after, Bhumi College is celebrating the Bhumi Yugantar Festival, which is all about celebrating nature, culture, and communities that care. So that became another important aspect we focused on. The third aspect which we felt was which we felt was critical, especially in the context of India, was to have education about local food and farming traditions, considering that food and farming, the chemical food and farming industry contributes so much to carbon emissions. And in India, there are still traditional practices that haven't been lost. They may have been forgotten, but they're still there. So reviving those practices, bringing back to farms and tables resilient and diverse food grains, that's an area we focused on through our Bhumi Network projects. And we are happy that in the past 5 years, we've been able to motivate groups of people to really go in that direction. The last aspect is we felt it's important to look, as much as we look at outer work, to look at inner work as well, to kind of have spaces, programs where one can reflect on what is the direction I wish to give to my life, what is that calls me, what is it that I'd like to be the voice for. And we have found that many of our fellows have found that in this kind of search for themselves. So we're still it's a small and modest experiment, if I can say so, but we feel that it has been a transformative space for many young people and communities. It has enabled people to go forward in ways to live wisely and sanely on earth. Going forward, we wish to become part of a campaign to really put eco-wisdom in education, to give eco-wisdom primacy in education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rima. Thank you. Thank you for all of you. I'm sure you're hungry. We will get back here, start breakout sessions at 2:10. If you need someone to guide you to where you go, please meet outside at 2, and we'll take you to your sessions. I got one big quick announcement from friends here who has said there is a protest on the college green against the drilling, the new laws and regulations that allow more drilling to take place off the coast of the Shetland Islands. It's the Rosebank we're talking about. So anyone wants to go to the protest, it's on College Green. You can get... It started at 1. It started at 1. And so you can protest or you can eat. And we hope we'll see you back here at 2 and starting 2:10 sharp. Thank you.
I'll just start whenever. Hello? Yes. Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining this session. It's called Inheriting a World in Crisis, and we have young people. We're all young, aren't we? Thank you. From, I think, various different perspectives is what I'm interested about with this panel. And I think something we do all share in common, if I might be so presumptuous, is that we haven't given up the idea of a better future, of hope for the future. Maybe we sometimes give that up. Definitely can't sustain it all the time, given the situation that we are in today. And yet, I think as younger people, it kind of behooves us to have some belief in the possibility of systemic change, the possibility of survival, the possibility of happiness, well-being. And so I just wanted to open with this quote that I found the other day by a poet called Jared K. Anderson. He says, "We seldom admit the seductive comfort of hopelessness. It saves us from ambiguity. It has an answer for every question. There's just no point. Hope, on the other hand, is messy. If it might all work out, then we have things to do. We must weather the possibility of happiness." Lame as hell, but I liked it. Thank you. So, yeah, without further ado, I will introduce the other people who I'm lucky enough to share this panel with today. I'll start with Thais. Thais is from Brazil. She's been a key voice in local futures movement, the localization movement more broadly, for a few years now. She's working in a project called Eco Universidade in Sao Paulo, Brazil. She's from Brazil, came all the way here for this. Thank you so much for being here. Ellie Saltmarsh, I had the pleasure of hearing speak last night. Was anyone else there when Ellie spoke? I have to say, not to build you up too much, but I was really touched by how Ellie spoke. Ellie is a small farmer in Dorset. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. A small farmer in Dorset, apparently with some rams. And also the daughter of Jyoti Fernandez, who has been spearheading the movement for food sovereignty and localization here in the UK for many, many years. And it seems that Ellie is well on her way to being in this similar position. Che is a friend from Bristol. We met 5 years ago. We've reconnected recently. Che was a key part of Extinction Rebellion. You have to remind me, was it Bristol? You were Bristol Communications Coordinator for Extinction Rebellion?
Media Coordinator.
Media Coordinator.
Spokespeople Coordinator.
Bristol Spokespeople Coordinator for Extinction Rebellion, and National Spokesperson for a National Spokesperson for Extinction Rebellion, and has stepped away from the Green movement due to his critique of what's going on there. And yeah, it's exciting to be welcoming Che back to the stage to talk about these issues. Poppy Okotcha is an ecological grower from Devon, and she's she's well known. She's, I'd also say, a leader in the permaculture movement here in the UK and potentially globally in this international communications world. So thanks, Poppy, for being here. It's quite a pleasure. Just met her just now outside the front, so. And Jack Harries is coordinator of Earthrise and a documentary filmmaker and a climate activist. So I will let them all introduce themselves in more detail. Yeah, I think maybe we will actually open with Elle. Elle, I'd like you to frame the situation we're in and your own journey with hope and hopelessness in recent times and the idea of inheriting a world in crisis.
Okay, thank you so much for that introduction and for introducing us all. There's a lot of us, and I'm really excited to see so many diverse perspectives. I'll try and tell you a little bit about my particular journey. I would say I'm one of the first Nepo babies in this group. But, you know, government has them, why shouldn't we? I grew up on a small-scale farm and grew up wandering around these sort of conferences. I remember being at Oxford Royal Farming Conference years and years ago when it was in one room upstairs in Turl Street Kitchen. I remember being at the formation of the Land Workers Alliance when I was the only youth, so I managed to become youth coordinator by default. I didn't really mean to get involved in activism. I'm quite an introvert. I like plants. I like to sit and stare at things for hours and hours and hours, and I normally lose my voice if I talk too much. So I didn't really want to follow my mum into all of this, but I didn't really see myself as having a choice. We grew up on this beautiful piece of land down on the south coast. Right now there is one ram. He is back in his home safely. We've got a few calves. They're beautiful Highland crosses. They eat apples right out of your hand. Chickens, babysitting a few for a friend and got a few of my own. They lay eggs every morning, all different colors. I've just inherited a sourdough starter that started in the 1960s. Trying to do my best with some local wheat and see what happens with that. And honestly, there's no place in the world I'd rather be than there, pretty much all of the time. And yet, it's becoming increasingly challenging to do that. I know a lot of people aren't as lucky as I am, but even the people who are in the same situation as me, we're finding it harder and harder year on year to get by. This year, the water dried up on a daily basis, and the horticultural business feeding our nearby town ran out of water every single day. We struggled to produce the same volume of crops, struggled to keep the animals drinking, and it's been like this for maybe the past 3 years or so. When I was in sixth form, a long time ago now, let's see, that's 16 to 18 if you're not from England. And when I was in sixth form, things were okay, but we had a few abnormal weather patterns, and I heard people talking about climate change a little bit, and I sort of did some little research projects into it, got really confident. I was like, this doesn't seem that hard, does it? We can probably fix this. The people at Zero Carbon Britain laid out a whole full plan about how we could decarbonize the UK, how we could solve everything. I was like, great. I'll go work on this for a little while, and by the time I'm 25, I'll be back on this farm and we won't have any problems. Obviously, that hasn't happened. We've just seen things get worse and worse year on year, and it's becoming harder and harder to believe that things will get better. I've been struggling a lot with a disability lately that's, honestly, it's probably mostly caused by stress and climate anxiety, the crushing weight of having to deal with the world as it is. And yet, like Henry said, hope is hard. Hope means you have to be really busy. A lot of the time you have to do things that you probably don't want to do, and yet kind of we have to, because we have this dream of being able to stay in our little place in the countryside and being able to bake our own bread. And that dream is something so beautiful that it's worth fighting against every little horrible thing to try and achieve. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm campaigning with the Landworkers Alliance, an organization of small farmers, with the youth organization of the Landworkers Alliance, FLAME, and then with various other town councils and small groups, local communities, to try and do what I can. And I'm sure I'll tell you more about it during the session.
Thanks so much, Ellie. I think I'm going to pick on Jack next for no particular reason other than he lies at the other end of the stage to me. So, Jack, could you tell us about your work, how also you came into it, and what you're up to?
Yeah, for sure. Firstly, just want to say I'm honoured to be here and to share this stage with so many inspiring young individuals, and thank you for hosting this. I've loved sitting up in these halls and listening to all the amazing talks over the last few days. So my journey, I was just thinking, like, my mum was a climate activist when I was growing up. So I kind of stand on her shoulders, and I always like to bring her into these conversations because she really inspired me. But when I was a kid, like, it wasn't cool to care about the climate, and so I was like, she would drag me to protests outside the Heathrow 3rd runway and things like that, and I'm an identical twin, so me and my brother would come down to things, and we're like, oh, Mum, and I always remember one day where she said, boys, Mummy's going to lock herself to the House of Parliament today, I may not be home in time for breakfast, I might be arrested, but don't worry, Daddy will look after you, and we were like, okay, Mum. So, like, probably from quite a young age, that idea of standing up for what you believe in was instilled within us, but I grew up and kind of didn't want to go into that, kind of down that path, I guess. So I started making films on YouTube when I was 18, and I spent 5-6 years doing that full time. I was really fortunate to travel the world and make all sorts of films, and me and my brother did it together, and we were sort of having the time of our life in our early 20s, and somewhere along that way started to learn more deeply about the climate crisis. I was invited by the WWF to go to Greenland in 2015, and we spent a night camping on the Yakov Southern Glacier. And I'll never forget that night as long as I live. It was the first time I really woke up to the reality of the climate crisis. We were literally transported to a front line, and I saw it, I heard it, I felt it, and maybe more than that, I saw the look of fear on the scientist's face, Alan Hubbard, who'd been studying this ice sheet for 10 years. And I realized in that moment that this was the story I wanted to tell. And my brother and I had built up a platform on YouTube, and it felt like we had a responsibility to talk about this issue and use that platform wisely. And so that set me on a long journey of traveling to some of the front lines of the climate crisis, like Somaliland in 2017 during a severe drought, and meeting nomadic pastoralists whose lives were totally reliant on the environment, and it was a life or death threat. And of course, all of our lives are reliant on the environment, right? But I grew up in London, and so very removed from that reality. And it was a real wake-up moment for me. I had the chance a year later to travel to Kiribati in the South Pacific, which I'm sure many people here know is under threat from rising sea levels, and meet communities there who are rebuilding their seawalls every year. And I realized that that's being caused by those melting glaciers all those years before, and so started to piece together the intersectional nature of climate. And I think for me, that was the first time I started to realize the reality of climate justice or climate injustice. Those that have done the least to cause us living in the global south are suffering at the hands of our mistakes, essentially. And so that really set me into motion of really thinking about this issue more deeply. And I came back from those trips honestly feeling just really angry, sad, guilty, like a lot of shame, for being complicit within the system that had caused this crisis. And asking myself how I could do more, and I'm sure many of us in this room have been in that place. So that led me to activism. I went and I did a master's in documentary filmmaking, and I made a film about this small group of people that were shutting down roads in London to protest air pollution. And someone introduced me to this man called Roger Hallam. They said he was a bit of a character and that I should interview him. So this was in 2017, maybe the end of 2017. So I went to King's University where he was doing a PhD in direct action activism. And he said to me, Jack, I've got this idea. I'm going to get thousands of people to sit in the roads in London and protest climate change. And honestly, I just thought it was a bit of a lunatic. I was like, oh, it sounds great, Roger. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, let me know how that goes. And then a few months later, saw Roger Hallam in the Guardian has started this thing called Extinction Rebellion. And I thought, this guy's for real. So I went and met him again and joined that, and was along with my brother and a few other people. We delivered the Declaration of Rebellion to Theresa May. I mean, they were so strapped for people that I think we were at that point the most high-profile people that they could find to do this thing. And it shows you how much it grew. Anyway, I was very lucky to be a part of that. Got myself arrested very early on and for gluing myself to the International Petroleum Conference, and spent 14 hours in a cell and did a lot of time thinking, I think, during that night of, like, am I using my time as wisely as I can? I was very lucky that when I came out, the first thing I saw on my phone was a text message from my mum. When you come out of prison, say, oh, my parents, what are they going to say? My mum's like, I'm so proud of you. The first time I was, it was like, yeah. So I felt very lucky to be supported by them in that. But came away from that period of my life. I think for me then, it was just the only way to channel the anger, the rage I was feeling was just to get out into the streets. I'm sure, again, many of us experienced those, those weeks in London, and there was a big catharsis in them. But I think the conclusion I came to that I probably wasn't using my skills as wisely as I could, and I had to really kind of, ask myself what they were. And my background was telling stories, making films, and posting stuff online. So I spent a lot of time thinking about what wasn't being done around when it came to storytelling in the climate space. And for me, back then, this was 2018, 2019, there was a lot of gap for improvement when it came to storytelling. I feel like the stories, firstly, it didn't look appealing. When you look at climate storytelling, it often isn't visually very appealing. It wasn't putting humans at the forefront of the storytelling. Often we're telling stories about things that are happening in faraway places. It wasn't intersectional at that point. In 2018, climate justice was only just starting to break into the mainstream. And it wasn't hopeful as well. This narrative of we're fucked, I think, had a place. It did what it needed to do, but I think we need to move on from that. I certainly felt that at the time. So along with my partner, all that to say is, along with my partner Alice and my brother Finn, we created a platform called Earthrise. And the idea of that was to tell stories about the climate crisis in a way that we hoped was more accessible, that put humans at the forefront, that was more intersectional, that brought together thought leaders, activists, and artists to try and paint a more hopeful vision of the future that we wanted to see. Our theory of change at Earthrise is that stories shape culture, culture shapes values, values shape leaders, and leaders shape the system. And so through storytelling, we can create systemic change. So we created that platform 3 years ago. We just celebrated our 3rd birthday this week. We're now a team of 8 people, and we have an office in Hackney, and we've been so lucky to do a variety of different projects, from multi-part series to original documentaries and impact campaigns, and we work with all sorts of brands and organizations. And for me, it's been an amazing couple of years, and I think the thing that I've learned from all of that is the importance of community. Finding like-minded people who also care, and I feel so lucky to work alongside amazing people, some of which are here at this conference, and to try and tell these stories every day. And I hope it goes some way towards making a difference, and I think it's going to require all of us to play all of the different roles, the skills that we have. So yeah, that's Earthrise and me.
Thanks, Jack. I think that's one of the reasons that I'm so glad to be sitting up here, and here in general at the Planet Local Summit, is that we need to, in order to keep our belief in systemic change, in meaningful change alive, we do need to be surrounded by other people who also have that belief, and that actually creates something, that creates a possibility. And if you don't have those like-minded people, we don't have a possibility. I'll also jump to another storyteller, Poppy, who I don't know so well, but I get the sense that you are a storyteller, but also someone who is more concerned with actually living it. I don't know if that's true. That could just be the freaking algorithm telling me that. So, so if you could share a little bit about yourself.
Hello, my name is Poppy Okotcha. I would say that is definitely my philosophy. Whether I manage to practice it perfectly, I don't know. But yeah, so I live in South Devon. I relocated from London about 3 years ago with exactly that intent, to go and try and practice all these things that I'd learned. I suppose my story, going back to like parents and things, which seems to be the theme here, is that My dad is Nigerian from the Igbo tribe. He's a deeply spiritual man, so I was raised in a household with like tons of different thoughts and perspectives swirling around, lots of different breathwork stuff going on and all sorts. And my mum is a very, I suppose, the grounded side. She's very earthy and used to take us foraging, although we never would call it foraging, it was just going out. And she is the one who, I suppose, originally ignited in me a connection with the plants and a curiosity for wild things. And so I spent my childhood in South Africa, where I was at a Steiner school, and my life was very much kind of outside with my siblings and learning about compost and just like all of that kind of stuff. We then moved to the UK, our family separated, and that was a really hard time, and it actually strangely taught me one of the like lessons that really stays with me now, watching how engaging with growing changed my mum when she was going through that kind of like hard period was a really formative experience. And so that's definitely something that I kind of carry with me now and sort of try to communicate the reality that when we have these kind of moments of communion with landscapes, not only do we get the opportunity to heal or regenerate them, but they regenerate us in turn. And so when I was about 12, I was kind of like witnessing that, but without kind of brainy understanding of what I was witnessing. It was just a feeling. So then I grew up, went off to London and started modeling and got caught up in the glamour and excitement and pace of the fashion industry. And it didn't take long for that to kind of like, the sparkle to kind of like wear down. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, this is actually not that great. And I was learning more and more about climate change and the impact that the fashion industry was having on that, and at the same time also learning about my personal health because I was experiencing issues in relation to the kind of like extractive, fast-paced culture that, of the fashion industry that I was engaging with. And so, yeah, in that time I got really curious, was like learning more about the bigger picture and my small picture and seeing how they intersected, and was like, oh, so weirdly, you know, by learning how to heal my body through eating well, through engaging with the land, through engaging with community, all these good things, I can also have a positive impact on this huge global issue that we're experiencing today. And so it kind of helped ground this really brainy, kind of mind-blowing realization of the gravity of the crisis we face into like mundanity, I suppose. And that's something that I am really curious about, is how do we take this huge, complex issue that requires so many different professionals and so many different spheres to collaborate. How do we have a uniting experience where, you know, we don't all have to be that professional, we don't all have to do all the things, but how do we kind of ground that in our day-to-day? So that, I guess, is probably where you get the thing of like, oh, you're trying to walk the walk. And also, I suppose, growing up, one of the sayings my dad would repeat was, don't just talk the talk, walk the walk, so that kind of goes in my head. Yeah, so now I co-run a community market garden outside the town that I live in, with the idea that we're helping people engage with one another, have a connection to landscape, have access to good food, learn about that, and then be empowered and have the skills, and kind of like, yeah, empowerment is probably the key bit there. And I share what I do on social media and write about it and talk about it. Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, I'm about food growing. Not farming necessarily, but yeah, community food growing.
Thanks, Poppy. Yeah, I think at this point it's absolutely necessary to point out that the as Poppy is getting to, that the title of this discussion is Inheriting a World in Crisis, not just inheriting a world in climate crisis. There are multiple intersecting crises that we're dealing with, including a crisis of mental health that is very particularly predominant for young people, and that these crises are not separate. They are, as we've heard, I'm sure, at this summit, but it's worth saying again, the system that is driving resource extraction and driving pollution, emissions, is the same system that is destroying jobs. It's the same system that is pushing a majority of the world out of sustainable local economies and into a global consumer culture, and it's that same system that is deeply affecting our sense of well-being, cutting us off from the relationships that make us human, cutting us off from each other, cutting us off from a sense of deep well-being in community, in connection. And I mean, these dynamics, these kind of colonizing industrial dynamics are particularly clear. They are super clear in the global north as well. They are super clear in industrialized countries if we can make the connection and see the bigger picture, as well as connect from that perspective of actually looking in and seeing what is missing. But also the non-industrialized or the less industrialized world, these connections are perhaps even clearer. So I'm going to jump now to Brazil and Thais, who's working in education reform, supporting also small producers, local economies, craftspeople to live in regenerative ways, to live in localized ways that withdraw dependence from this destructive global system. So with that, I'll pass over to you. Thais, can you tell us about you and what you do?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Henry. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, especially with such young, inspiring people. I'm Thais. I'm from Brazil. I live in São Paulo, which is a big city. And listening to all of you, what comes to my heart to say is, well, I'm 29 years old, so I came into the world and it was already in crisis, but I had no idea. I just lived in this bubble, in this privileged bubble from Brazil, where my parents, my family came from Italy, so we have this European background. I had all the conditions that I would need or want to have. I went to school, I had a nice house, I had food, so I basically lived the narrative of success. You have to go to the best schools, you have to have the best grades, and you have to go to the best university, graduate, and just make a lot of money. And this will make you successful. And I was in this rat race, and mental health was something that was really big for me too. So I graduated in social communication and started working in advertisement agencies, just helping big corporations make lots of money. So I worked for cars, I worked for companies that sold airplanes and all those types of things. And we were just searching for the best narrative that we could to enchant people and to trick people. And this didn't feel right, because in my heart, I wanted to do something good for the world, something good for other people, something good for society. And I believe this is true for most of the people inside of their hearts. And I don't have climate activist parents. I wish I did. I have lots of fights with my parents for the worldview that I sustain. But it was something that I see my friends now, that most of my community today still dream or are as fast asleep. And I see them suffering every day inside big corporations. And I know that their hearts, they want to be good people and they want to do good in the world, but they just don't know another alternative. They have never lived it. And if they have heard it, maybe in the journal or by me, because I'm traveling in the Amazon like this crazy friend that works with indigenous people, but they haven't actually had the chance to live a local life connected to land, connected to community. And basically literally all of my friends are taking mental health medication. And this is super sad, because they're super vibrant people, and I've grown up with these people that were super happy and have so much potential, and they're super intelligent, but just falling apart from inside out. And I think youth, privileged youth, mostly kind of share this experience of being deeply unsatisfied and actually not knowing where to go. Because collectively, we are trying to design our third horizon, as Daniel Wall would say in his book, of this regenerative future, this local future. And there are answers alive, and as I said in my last talk, rainbows, that eco-communities that we can go that are references for us. But the biggest part of the system is, as I was saying yesterday, the pile of shit that we need to compost. So it's like the problem that we need to go inside and from inside out understand how to deconstruct and open space for something more beautiful, more local, more human scale to have space to grow. And with that being said, I decided that working in advertisement was something that was not helping my life and was not helping anyone. And I'm a big fan of not reforming the system, but changing the system. So another cartography that I will tell you today from the Gesture Towards Decolonial Futures Collective. Write that down and research them, they're great. They're a collective that work with indigenous peoples towards decolonization.
Say again.
Gesture Towards Decolonial Futures. They work in Canada and Brazil, and one of their cartographies is about the reform of the system. So some of us in the movement, we want to just change the pipes, maybe change the color of the walls and change the ceiling, but not actually change the structure, right? So we call this the soft reform. And I've never, like, soft reform was never something that I thought it was good, because the structure, it was there, like, it looked like something fake and it looked like greenwashing for me. So I wanted something that was beyond reform. And this is the second space of the cartography. What is beyond reforming the system? What is like actually going beyond and maybe even looking at ancient futures? So this is what we're talking about. And this is where I met the work of Schumacher College, where Satish is here, you all know him. So I went to Schumacher College, I studied holistic science, and this opened my world. This opened my worldview and taught me ecological science, taught me Gaia theory, and I started deep diving into the ecological movement there. And my thesis was around what happened to humanity? Like, why am I birthing in this world that is in this condition? Like, how do we come to live here, live in this way, inhabit the world in this way? Well, I'm not gonna tell you all about my thesis because of really long research, but I came back from Schumacher, back to Brazil, and the feeling that I had is like, I have to localize this knowledge, this ecological movement that I've had just access to. Because in Schumacher, we are in Europe, so it's basically this worldview. But I wanted to understand what was happening in Brazil, which I had no access to, but it is happening in my country. What was the ecological movement there? What was localization doing there? Like, and then I discovered this whole place that no one is talking about. And it's not in the mass media. And it is in the local communities, in the local spaces, and you have to get out of your comfort zone and go there and visit people and create relationships of trust and build community and go on a human scale. And then I understood. So today I work with regenerative education. So education transformed my life 2 ways. It screwed me and then it brought me back to life. So I truly believe in the power of education, and I truly believe that education can be regenerative. So I bring regenerative education to Brazil, like biomimicry, agroforestry, new economy studies, open to all people in this project which is called Eco University. And now my new project is around working with indigenous people. So I came back 2 weeks ago, living in the Amazon with an indigenous community. And I will be next year on the road, a full year. I'm going to visit more than 22 indigenous communities, researching around non-colonial education and how can we share wisdom in a way that is not directed, fast-paced, only the teacher has the knowledge, but it's community-led, it's culturally led, it is diverse. and I will be happy to talk about it more with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Thais. One of the points there for me is to reform education, one also must reform the economy and the jobs that are available in that economy. What kind of businesses are, what kind of livelihoods are supported, subsidized, what is supported by the system, and it's a two-way street. You know, people get trained to have a life, and if the only life that is offered because of the structures in place is one in the urban center working for those corporations that you mentioned, then education is going to look one way. And if there's an economy that supports jobs that are community connected, sustainable, regenerative, then we can be trained for jobs in that, you know. So, and so it comes back to that question of systemic change, what were the two words you used, reform or change, no?
It's soft reform and beyond reform.
Soft reform and beyond reform. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to Che, who is, I mentioned, has been part of Extinction Rebellion and who has become critical around what we are achieving, what the so-called green movement is attempting to achieve, and what the kind of what movement building could look like that actually gets somewhere. So on that, I'm just gonna like chuck that at you and hope you can run with it. Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Henry. And again, thank you guys for having me here. I feel really grateful to share this panel with such talented people. Yeah, I grew up in a lovely urbanized industrial town in Wiltshire. It's Swindon. Oh, really? Yeah. So yeah, Swindon. Enough said. My mum was never an activist in the traditional sense, but you know, I feel that my mum has been an activist all of her life. She's fought all of her life for her place in the world and for our place, and I feel as though she instilled a huge sense of striving for social justice into not just me but my siblings as well, who are also doing great things. And yeah, I grew up in a rough area on benefits, free school meals. Activism was never something that I thought was on the cards for me, but I always knew that I wanted to do something to make society better. I saw the problems, I saw the social ills, if you will. And throughout my academic life, I've studied social sciences, sociology, anthropology, and criminology is what I did my degree in. So very focused on society and what's going wrong with society mainly. And if you had told me all those years ago, before I got involved with climate activism, that I would be an environmental activist, I probably would have laughed and said, no, I'm going to be involved in real issues, poverty, you know, to start with. Social justice is what I was all about. And then around 2018, I was just reading through The Guardian, actually, and I stumbled on the IPCC report of 2018 that everyone remembers, the 12 years left headline. And I was like, shit, okay, this is the social ill of our time, it looks like. I went to the first Extinction Rebellion meeting in Easton. I think you were there as well, in that tiny cafe with too many people. And I was like, okay, this is something that I can really sink my teeth into. I can get involved in this. I know my skill set. And like Jack, I went on those first ever swarmings, we called them, in London. And it was gritty. It was, you know, sleeping on the office floor, waking up at like 5:30 in the morning, catching a tube to go to these 5 sites we had locked down across central London and beyond, and blocking those roads, and facing that backlash. And I think it was then that I realized that, okay, I wanted to be part of this movement. This was where I needed to be. This is where I could do good work. But I was very critical of roadblocks. I felt that I saw at the time, and I felt the anger the public. And I thought, is this the best way to achieve what we want to achieve? And I think I'll always stick by the fact that at that time, Extinction Rebellion, that's what propelled Extinction Rebellion into the limelight, if you will. There would be no headlines, there would be no climate crisis narrative in the same way that it's propelled if we had not have done those actions. But I became very critical internally of Extinction Rebellion. I knew that it was the place that I wanted to be, but I also saw a lot of things that needed to change. I saw that it wasn't intersectional, as Jack said, and that was something that I was very concerned about. And I saw that it was a space for a certain demographic of people which I didn't feel particularly a part of, not for, for fault of anybody. I think anyone who's come into contact with anyone from Extinction Rebellion and any other climate-related movement knows that there are lovely, brave people at the heart of it who are just trying to do something for their future. But I think I'd never become so aware of my class or my ethnicity than when I was in that space. And I saw that the people that we were blocking in the roadblocks were my people. They were people who were from communities like mine. They were people who were trying to get through their daily life, and for whom daily life is pretty hellish, even more so now. And yeah, I became a spokesperson for Extinction Rebellion. I helped organize some of the big actions that we did, the 2019 Summer of Love action, I call it, in April, where our public profile really skyrocketed. People seemed to really like what we were doing, and that was what I would call the golden age of Extinction Rebellion and the climate movement or the green movement. And it was great, it felt like you were really doing something. And then I felt that things started to cascade downwards. It started to plateau first and then cascade because there were some actions that were done that I didn't agree with, and I was very vocal around the table when they were being discussed about my concerns with particular actions like Canning Town, which I don't know if anyone is aware of or has heard about, but I felt like we were taking the wrong route. We were, through these actions that were targeting the public, we were alienating the public, and we were penalising them, or at least it seemed, that's how it looked. That's how it looked to the public, and that's how it looked to an outsider looking in. So I became very critical, and I was very concerned about doing actions that targeted bad actors, so our elected officials, institutions, and big corporations. And we did do a lot of that as well, and those were the actions that I'm really, really proud of to this day to have been a part of organising and, running on the ground. Like I said, I took a step back because I felt as though I kept on saying these things, and I would get waves and smiles, and we kept on doing actions that I felt were alienating. And I thought, how can we be a movement of movements, as Extinction Rebellion wanted to sort of call itself, and a mass mobilization of people, as Roger Hallam wanted it to be. And Roger and I butted head a couple of times about things, and my key thing was, how can we be a movement of the people without the people? And I think currently that's where we're at, and I think the actions, roadblocks are still happening. I think that's a tricky strategy to carry on pursuing now that everyone knows about the climate crisis. People are much more educated. Everyone, it seems like, is on board with the sentiment of climate activism, but not very many people are on board with the direction that the climate movement is continuing to take. And I guess I came here today after being out of the movement for, I'd say, a couple of years, because I had lost hope. And I think part of me being here today is to reassure myself that there is still hope out there. We can still do this, but there are changes that need to be made. And I think the Green movement needs to get on board with that narrative and make a real shift in its approach. And if we don't do that, then I fear that hope may dwindle even more than it has.
Thanks heaps, Che. Aware that there is a break coming up, but I think I'm going to ignore it, I'm afraid. So we want to get into discussion. I also want to pick up on what Che was saying and share a bit of my own story in terms of how I became a passionate localization advocate and activist. So that idea of, I think that we need to become aware as a movement that the same system that it is destroying the planet and Earth's life support systems is now, and has been for a long time, but is now especially more than ever, making people poorer, impoverishing the majority of people. And that is such a key message that we want to share at this Planet Local Summit. And it's also the message that connected me into this movement in the first place, because I was in love with nature from a young age. I was a bird watcher from age 5, and I saw species disappearing from literally around me, from literally my back garden. But I also saw, and I was also aware from a very young age that there was this whole climate crisis and that the Earth was doomed, and that the species that I loved were disappearing from all over the place. And yet I had this story in my mind that I think is still latent in so much of society, that we can either protect the planet, protect ecosystems, and protect ecologies, or grow the economy, provide good jobs and development for the entire globe, and it's an either-or situation. And that narrative completely, I think, crippled me and cripples people, because this really drastically needs to be reframed. What I saw the documentary Economics of Happiness, which was the documentary made by Local Futures in 2011 when I was 15 years old when it came out. And that documentary relieved me of that idea. And it instead showed a way forward whereby we could increase human prosperity, support real jobs, real meaningful livelihoods, support mental health, mental well-being, and provide the structures of community, while at the same time reducing resource use and stopping an economy that is killing the planet in more ways than just emissions. You know, this economy is killing the planet because of how it treats the land, because of how import and export of products expands monocultures and requires the pesticides that leach off into rivers, that poison entire ecosystems and kill the birds that I loved. And that is a system that I think we fundamentally need to reject, and not only on the grounds of the climate. We have to reject that because it's creating so many human and social crises at the same time. So for me, I found that a very empowering message, and I continue to find the work that people are doing locally in their communities to rebuild meaningful livelihoods, rebuild community, rebuild connection to one another, support their own inner well-being, as well as doing something for the planet that then fits into what other people are doing around the planet to show a way forward. And with that, I kind of want to raise the question, what if it is too late? Do we buy into this idea of too late? And what does the future look like with impending crises that are still going to escalate for some time? What is the response there from you guys? I don't know if anyone in particular wants to pick up on that. After this, I'm going to open the discussion to audience questions as well, and we can hopefully get into a bit of a kind of scenario. Yeah, Che.
Yeah, so I think at times it certainly feels like it's too late. I mean, it's getting worse and worse, as we've all established, and we're in a dark time right now, you know. There's so much going on. We've got a government that is, you know, allergic to making any sort of commonsensical or morally driven decision, it seems. So I think the real problem we face at the moment in the UK is our government. And when I was in Extinction Rebellion, we had to be very careful about using any sort of anti-capitalistic or anti-establishment narrative because we felt that that would diminish our credibility in certain spaces. But now I'm not in the movement, I can say that, yeah, we need to bring down the government, essentially, in some way or another. And you know, I'm not quite talking guillotines, although... But, you know, I'm talking about things need to change. You know, the government we've got at the moment, it's broken, it's not working, and the individuals that are in place to represent us clearly are not doing what they should be, and they've got vested reasons as to why they're not doing that, because they are entangled financially, and they gain, you know, from the destruction of our planet. So something needs to be done about that, and I think what the Green Movement needs to make a shift into is the political space. I think when I was in Extinction Rebellion, we saw, or they saw, this issue as beyond politics. That was something that you heard all the time. We're beyond politics. But actually, I think now we can't afford to be beyond politics because this is a political issue. And a lot of what we need to be done has to come from legislative measures and social policy. And this is where my sociological brain's kicking in because, you know, a huge part of social control comes from policy and legislation. So, you know, if we take a simple thing that could be done like banning plastic, that comes from government, that comes from policy. So I think the Green Movement needs to get better at politicking. I think it needs to get better at being relatable. We need to work on recruitment and retention, which sounds boring, but you know that's what we need. We need people to feel as though this space is accessible to them, and I think the way you do that is through community engagement and you know meeting with other communities and being like, you know, we're on your side, but we need you on our side as well. It can't be turning up in a community and being like, join us. Because, you know, it's, you know, it has to be light and shade and it has to come from a place of relationship. I think also we need to, well, I've said this before, we need to change the way we do actions. I think we need to work on an outcome-based approach. Why are we doing this particular action? What are we aiming to get out of it? There has to be a specific goal. And that has been done, you know, we managed to halt the Bristol Airport expansion. That was a clear aim, that was a clear message, and you know that happened. But I feel like a lot of the time some actions are just done just because people want to do something, and I get that. And I'll never ever ever drag anyone, any activist that goes out there and puts themselves on the line to do an action, whether I agree with the action or not, because I know what it takes to go out there and do it. That's the first step, is doing it. But we need to be fine-tuned. It needs to be like laser surgery. Why are we doing it? What are we going to get out of it? And who are we going to affect by doing it? Are we actually going to affect the right people? And I think more often than not, from what I can see from an outsider's perspective, is that we're just not quite hitting it. Public perception and opinion of the climate movement and the Green Movement is at an all-time low, I think, because people don't feel that the actions are relatable. They don't feel that the space is accessible, and there seems to be a lack of resonance with people who, like I said, agree with the sentiment but don't agree with the actions that I think can be quite punitive towards ordinary working people. And I think if you're prepared to be arrested for blocking a road or trespassing on a greenbelt site, then why not be up for being arrested for trespassing into Parliament or, you know, blockading the MPs at Westminster? Let's take the fight to them, to the people that actually have power. Let's force their hand and show them that the time for change is now, whether they like it or not.
I think I just need to add from a non-British perspective, from an international perspective, that we see governments captured by corporate interests all over the globe, and what we also see that there's a kind of power has located above the level of the national arena, and yet we have to use the national arena. I believe we have to actually recapture the ears of our democracies in a structural way by stopping the deregulation of global corporations that is allowing those corporations to influence public policy so clearly, and also through lobbying and also through those kind of expenditures. But those regulatory mechanisms are so important for us as also a localization movement. You know, we're talking about localization, yes, being local and grounding where we are, and yet we need to keep an eye that the localization process starts from the bottom up and needs also to start at the top, because we also need to shift power from global corporations to nation states, while at the same time decentralizing economically. So I'm just going to put that in there. Does someone else want to pick up on anything?
I just want to talk to the local perspective. So I agree 100%, and I think talking about Brazil, yes, we need to work on policy change and understand who are the people who actually have big responsibilities, because our responsibilities are not the same, right? So there are people who are more responsible. But at the local level, I think, especially in my country, we need to be very aware if it's actually effective, because corruption in Brazil, as you all know, is big time. So even if we have policy change and if we have government working, for example, towards climate change, we still see corporations, even European corporations, wanting to destroy the forest, wanting to destroy the Amazon. So I'm just going to tell you a little story about the community I was in Brazil. I spent only 2 weeks in an indigenous community in Brazil in a state called Pará. And the story I've heard is that corporations were bribing and seducing the indigenous people from the community, I'm not going to say who, because I don't want to expose them, into creating a scheme around mining and deforestation. So they have all this, like, politics is everywhere. This is what I'm trying to say, is at the local level as well. And we have to be on the ground as well, telling people who are owning these lands, and these lands are being invaded and deforested, that they have other opportunities, they have other ways of making money, they have other ways of sustaining themselves. Because the narrative that gets there, it's the narrative that if you deforest, if you open space for mining, I'm going to help you and you're going to be richer and you're going to have all these opportunities. And if you're not there on the ground helping these people, and because it's happening underneath our eyes, underneath a policy, underneath a fiscalization from the government. And when you're deep inside the Amazon, no drone is there looking if you're doing the right thing or the wrong thing. So I do agree, but I think we need to be on the ground working as well and being really sensitive to how corporations are seducing local people and breaking up relationships of trust, breaking up culture, breaking up relationships that are created over centuries to nature. And not only indigenous people, but also we call it ribeirinhos, people that live by the river, which are not indigenous, but they are owners of the land and owners of the space, and they are also deforesting for cattle or for soy or for corn, because it's what it has been told them, which is making money, right? So I think there's so many levels to change. And it doesn't really matter if we're optimistic, if we think we're going to make it or not. I think what matters is that we fall in love with the earth. I think what matters is that we do what we think is right with our lives. And this is not a change that is going to happen over our lifetime, even mine, maybe even my kids. So I think we're doing this for the future generations, and because it's the right thing to do, because it's in our hearts. And we have been told not to follow our hearts and to follow success and to follow anything else. But I think if we truly, and I loved what Natalie brought today, like truly fall in love with the earth and truly believe that this is the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if it's, well, of course it matters, but in a sense, like it's not about being optimistic or not, like, because science shows us like it is, we are falling apart. But hope is messy, right? And life is messy and complex. Relationships are messy and complex. And it's about living and being with the problem and staying with the problem and deep diving into it. So I think this is real, is when we get real.
And nice. I think the localization movement is also messy. And it is a messy response to these global problems. I want to pass to Elle. Yesterday you spoke about how your kind of hope came crashing down, and when you realized you couldn't solve this in a couple of years, and then you started to reconstitute the pieces by realizing that there is a movement out there of people trying to take care of their places and trying to take care of each other as well. It's not just about our connection to the earth, but also our connection to one another. And so that movement in that kind of pastiched way is responding in a messy way. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, it is so hard, and there are so many barriers to doing the right thing. Like you were talking about bribery, there are corporations out there doing truly horrible things. They're putting up so many barriers, and when I was younger, we went to anti-GM protests, and I learned that they were tapping our phone lines, placed injunctions on my mum for just intention to cause a commotion, things like that. We met a really awesome community in Kenya who were indigenous stewards of the land who wanted to learn how to live more sustainably, and the World Bank was channeling funding via a supposedly green program to save their land for carbon sequestration purposes, and that resulted in them being evicted and houses being burned, and completely the opposite of what should have been happening, and they took zero responsibility for that, and it can be really, really disheartening to see how many people are against you for no good reason, to see how many corporations are against you because you're in the way of their profits, and to see governments against you because, the corporations are against you. And yeah, I became really disheartened after years of studying. I went to university and studied biology, and I met so many amazing scientists. And, scientists have basically got it figured out. They could fix everything. There is a set list of policy proposals and good inventions, old inventions, new inventions. Everything's ready to go, and it's not happening. I had a friend who went filming with David Attenborough, who went overseas, who kind of saw the realities of what's happening in countries that are more susceptible, more vulnerable to climate change. And she came back with such bad climate anxiety she couldn't sleep. And we talked a little bit about why doesn't everyone have this anxiety? Why isn't something happening? And it's really just, it's because there is so much placed in the way of people who want to do something from actually doing something. There are so many barriers. And yet, you can't get depressed forever. It can be easy to become completely hopeless, but you just can't. So I started looking out for little things that would cheer me up. And what I saw was people being kind to each other. One of the organizations I'm part of is the Landworkers Alliance, and the youth branch of that is FLAME. It's Food, Land and Agriculture, a Movement for Equality, because we wanted a cool acronym. And we've got cool t-shirts. And one of the things that FLAME members do when we get together is we have a little song and dance, and we do some circus, and we have a bit of fun, and we share a little bit of kindness with each other. And we recognize that all of us is under this intense pressure, just going around our day-to-day lives to carry on acting as if everything's normal, or to basically crack, to get so stressed out and push ourselves too hard and burn out and, well, become useless that way. And we recognize how important it was to show ourselves a little bit of kindness and a little bit of gentleness as a community. And then, so Flame has been around for a few years. We've been going to some different sessions, and at each session, each conference, we recognize other groups doing stuff like that as well. So maybe it's, you know, people here at this conference. There's projects, Repeat, looking after the peatlands. There are permaculture projects. There are sort of squatting projects, the really great projects, with little groups of people who have a thing that they're really interested in, and they're looking out for each other, and they're going after that sort of thing together. And it's really inspiring, because that way, when we go after something together, there's someone else to have your back, someone else to push you up and encourage you when all the horribleness of the corporations and the government and everything starts to get to you. There's someone to give you a little bit of a hug and say, take a rest, I can do something for you now. So I guess that's what I've been seeing. That's what's been making me feel more positive, even though I'm fairly sure now that the world is going to change. These crises are too prevalent and too far along now to get back to how we used to be. We are going to see a change, but we can carve out our own little niches. Everyone can carve out their own little niches together. And to get together, when we all have our own little place, I'll build somewhere that is different, but still okay, I think.
Yeah, so we'll go to someone who put the hand up in the audience. A few people. Okay, so we'll go there. And also hope, could you direct your question to Poppy and Jack? Because we're so many on the panel, and I'd like to hear from these two. Yeah. Okay, I know Che wants to answer that. I'm gonna just, yeah. Strange word came to mind just there. I'm gonna jump to Jack and Poppy. Yeah, Jack?
Sure, I'm happy to try to speak to you for a minute. I'd love to listen to you speak, because I'm really enjoying hearing you talk. But yeah, anger, I mean, I definitely felt a lot of anger, you know, when I was glued to that building, the International Petroleum Conference in London in 2018. They were hosting a session that day on new exploration opportunities in East Africa, and this was fresh off the back of my trip to Somaliland. And, you know, I sat there and watched as these fossil fuel executives walked past me to go and make these decisions. And yeah, I felt fucking angry. We were reading passages of, I don't know if anyone's read The Uninhabitable Earth by David Wallace Wells, absolutely devastating read that sort of predicts where we're headed. And we were reading passages of that. But, you know, being angry, it's not very good for you to be angry all the time. Like, it takes a lot of emotional labor being angry, and I think it drove me into a really negative place. And where I've, you know, to be really honest, I think I've given up, like, hope that we're gonna, like, solve this thing or that things are gonna get any better. It's not where I find any hope anymore. Instead, I find my hope in communities. You know, in 2021, I traveled the length of the UK, largely by bicycle, making a series ahead of COP26. And one of the first people I met and interviewed was Poppy in her beautiful garden in Totnes. And to be really honest, I started that trip, that series, the first day I had a chance to interview the amazing Sir David Attenborough. And I've never really shared this story that much, but I was so depressed that morning that Alice, my girlfriend, had to get me out of bed because I didn't know how I was going to make this series. I felt like it was my responsibility to offer hope in this series, and I didn't have any to give, and I didn't know how to do that. And I did that interview with Sir David, and I went home, and to be totally honest, I thought about ending everything really that afternoon, actually. My mum was the person who got me through that day. And then I made this series over a few months, and it sounds kind of cliche, but it was meeting people like Poppy and all these amazing young people across the UK who were building resilience. They accepted the reality of the situation we're in and realized that they maybe single-handedly weren't going to change the whole system, but they could do something in their own lives, maybe just to create more resilience within their community. And I don't think we talk enough about resilience and adaptation and the importance of that. And I think that's where localism comes in. It was meeting Poppy, it was meeting Ryan, who was rewilding rainforests in Scotland. I didn't even know we had rainforests in Scotland, but or a young man called Liam, who was working on a hydro turbine up in the Orkney Islands, an island that is almost entirely, if not self-sufficient, in terms of renewable energy, that really changed the way I understood what it meant to take action. And so all that is to say that personally, I don't think it was a good use of my time just being angry. It made me a really horrible person to be around, and I wasted a lot of energy just sort of venting probably to the people around me. And instead, I think it's better to operate from a place of love for one another, love for nature and the environment, and to put that into practice, whatever that looks like in your life. And I realize now activism can look like so many different things. And I just want to also acknowledge, like, the ability for me to go get arrested was a huge privilege to be able to go and take that risk. And so many people can't afford to take a risk like that. And it was really eye-opening for me to learn that activism can look like so many different things. It can be very, very quiet. It can be just doing something amazing in your community. And there's loads of amazing people doing that here. And so, yeah, that for me has reframed how I go about doing activism.
Can I add to that? I really strongly agree with the resilience piece, and I think that so often I kind of reflect on, this conversation about how do we bring everyone along with this movement. I think so much of that is about showing that this movement is about creating a more beautiful reality for everyone. And I think a really brilliant and effective way of doing that is working on creating solutions rather than fighting the problem with rage. And although I think that anger and rage are like incredibly powerful and actually really important feelings, I think the issue comes when, rather than allowing that rage to evolve into something that is like effective, as you said, laser precision, rage doesn't really bring that. It's kind of like chaos. I think that for me personally, I've found the most sort of change, momentum, personal well-being, as well as seeing that ripple out to the people around me, and not just the people, the landscape, the animals, whatever it is, from shifting that rage, learning how to turn that rage into an ingredient for creating a positive alternative. And I think that what's that Buckminster Fuller quote? It's like creating the way you change the world is creating a more beautiful reality that makes the old version obsolete. And I really strongly believe in that. I think that the minute that we can start creating examples that demonstrate the beauty of an alternative, we will be able to bring people along. I feel that really strongly. And I see it as well, day to day in the work that I do with the community garden, the impact that space. I thought that space was going to be providing people with free, good food, but it turned out that it did way more than that. People come for the social experience of engaging with each other and having this intimate and peaceful connection to land and place. And that for them is like a really transformational experience. And I know how that impacts their family and their friends and their work and everything. It ripples out. So I think creating these little pockets where we can kind of ignite a spark or plant a seed, in people's reality, and that will ripple out. I mean, I don't know whether that is rooted in science or fact, but it's what I see, and I think it has power. And then I think that alongside that, there's also the reality of for real change, the kind of change we want, we need a change in the cultural story we tell ourselves, the thing that we hold in ourselves of what is morally acceptable, what isn't. And I think that for that narrative to change, we need more than rage. I think we need something a lot deeper. And I think that deeper thing is this sense of interconnection and belonging. And I've been doing a lot of research into my heritage on my father's line, the cosmology of the Igbo people. And there's an incredible saying that goes, I'm going to butcher the pronunciation because I was never taught Igbo, but it goes, Ani Nwa Madu. And Ani is the goddess of the earth, or the earth deity, and it is a saying that says, the earth owns the people. And for me, that really encapsulates like that deeper thing that is mucky, it's dirty, and it unites us all. You know, we come from this, and we go back to it. And that's really humbling, and I think that it really speaks to the interconnection that we need to feel, not just to one another, but to the land, the soil, all the species, just life generally, the microbes, like all of us. So I think that rage is a powerful and important piece in the puzzle, but I wouldn't, for me personally, put it as the sort of aim, if you know what I mean. But there's also something to be said for like following chaos. There's space for renewal. I don't know.
Thanks, Poppy.
Can
Yeah.
I just say something about rage? Just one small thing. I also think that it depends on where you are in the fight, right? Because I've seen people in the front line not surviving without rage. So I completely agree with you. Rage has its place, and it's important, but it's not the objective. But if your house is being burned down by corporations because they want your land, because they want your trees, because you want your water, because you want the metals in the floor you live, and they want to destroy your family and in your community, then you're in the front line and you need to be angry, right? So just to point that out.
Can I quickly come in on that as well? So yeah, I agree with
all the time, sorry.
I agree with everything that everyone's just said. I think, yeah, anger is an emotion that we all feel. I feel that none of us would be here right now if we didn't feel some sort of anger or rage as a result of where we are and the situation that we're in. I think anger can be a mechanism to action. It can be a vehicle towards action, but again, it's not the. It should not be the pinnacle, and I don't think it should overtake that desire for connection and relationship, like you were saying. But I was going to make a similar point to you. You know, so I unfortunately in my life have been in situations where violence was necessary for my own survival. I've had to defend myself against violence with violence, and that's not something I would wish on other people. But that's a lot of people's reality, and so I understand that need to survive sometimes, and you can't take the hippie route sometimes, you know. And I think when we're talking about the North-South divide, talking about global South, global North, there are activists who are being killed for doing what we do and working harder than we're working, and they're paying harder than we're paying because they're paying with their lives. And so there is an element of anger and rage that has to be involved with being able to combat that. I think we're in a very privileged position in the UK that we don't have to lead with violence. I think that there are many other routes that we can take, and we should explore those first. That's not to say that it's completely out of the question, because let's be honest, if it gets to a certain point, who knows what the government will do? Who knows what measures they will impose upon us? They could impose some sort of awful dystopian martial law in which we may have to fight to survive in a very literal sense. So I get where you're coming from. Rage and anger is a piece of the puzzle, as everyone said, but it shouldn't be our main focus. But I think what has put a lot of people off of the Green movement is the hippification. if that's even a word, of the movement. And I think sometimes we just need to get down into the nitty-gritty and realize that the people in charge are not on our side, and they have a lot more power than we have. The power is unequally balanced, and the odds are stacked against us. And I don't think we can rule anything out at this stage. But I echo what everyone else has said in that lead with hope rather than rage.
I want to hear few hands up. So I want to hear 2 questions at a time. Can we go, the 2 of you in the middle, yeah, and behind you, yeah, those 2. Yeah, can we just hear those 2 questions?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You, the question behind. You. Hi, Frey. Kids?
Thank you for that.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, okay, all right, cheers. So, the first question was how we feel as, I think, all self-identified activists. How we all feel, how we all feel about those who are not engaged in activism, our peers who aren't engaged in activism. And the second question was around, do we find any advice from our own childhoods about, for someone who is now having kids and raising children, what is something that they could do to equip them for this world? I don't know how we're going to tackle that, but yeah, like 2 different questions.
I can speak a little bit to the first question. Everyone's just trying to survive right now. We're inheriting a world in crisis, and everyone's facing multiple crises concurrently. And you see your peers every day struggling with mental health, struggling with poverty, struggling with connection. And it's hard to begrudge them anything, a little bit of peace and time for themselves when they're not fighting. I can do this, so I do. Sometimes they can't. It's very rare, I think, to see indifference, and most of the time indifference is just because of a lack of education, or it's because they need that right now to survive. So I don't get angry, just because people are trying their hardest, I think. I think we live in a generation that's very compassionate and as aware and active as they can be. To the second, I've given up on having children now. I think that's one of the consequences of this crisis we're facing, but I'm really hoping that other people do, because I love being around kids. So if any of you have any ideas.
Bring us all in as aunties and uncles.
I interestingly have a different experience with friends. I grew up in an area that was very affluent, but I was also from a family that was on benefits and free school meals, and so I was kind of like the people I grew up with were coming from very different economic and kind of social perspectives than my family. And it's been really interesting to see how that has impacted how we navigate through the world. Most of the people that I went through school with are now working jobs that they get paid loads of money. They've had plenty of support in buying their first homes in London, and they know all about the climate crisis. They know about the work I do. They know about the work some of the other people do, but they actually actively choose not to do anything. And I don't know. I think for me it's confusing because I'm witnessing people that I know really well. I've seen them when they were 12. I know they're good people. I know they're loving and they're caring and all those things. But somehow there's not an engagement, and it's not because they can't, because from a social and financial perspective there is capacity. I can only wonder if it's from an emotional perspective that there's not capacity. But I don't know, and it's actually not something I've ever had a conversation with them about either. So I don't know if anyone has different kind of.
I can jump on that and say I think my friends are exactly the same. I was very aware when I was going down to the XR stuff that none of my friends would come down to those protests. They didn't want to be seen there, and I wondered whether at the start whether they were scared that they were hypocrites. I think that's part of it. I think lots of people with public platforms are scared to speak out because they get called a hypocrite. I think people are scared that they don't know enough, therefore they don't they can't be in those spaces. But when I speak to my friends, I think lots of them have just flipped straight over to this kind of sense of paralysis, from denial to, well, it's so overwhelming, there's nothing we can do, so what's the point? That seems to be the general consensus of people my age and between my friends, and that makes me feel really, really sad. And I think you're right, it's just it's the emotional challenge of it is so much so that they just kind of would rather not think about it and put their head in the sand. And my God, I'm sure we all feel that sometimes, so I can relate to a degree. But for me, where I find my hope is, I think we need to reframe this crisis as an opportunity, right? Within any crisis, there is opportunity for businesses, for organizations, for individuals to think differently. And that's why I'm so passionate about storytelling. We need to start to paint this picture of the world that we want to see. You can't be what you can't see. And so we need to start to show what that looks like. And I also just want to say thank you for naming the fact that this room is largely empty. I have to be honest, it's been making me feel quite sad. It has, I think that the sentiment amongst our generation is where are the adults when we think about this crisis? And I look out, I've been in here all morning, this room's been packed full of adults, and it's kind of half empty now. So that is sad. It reinforced that idea of maybe that older generations don't care as much as we'd hope. But yeah, I just wanted to name that.
It's also partly our fault at Local Futures that we organized 8 different sessions at a time with so many great people. I just wanted to say, I think it's really important that we stick together. I think that we stick together and help keep that flame of possibility alive in each other, because if you don't have that, it does peter out and there does become the paralysis. So we have to keep that flame alive in each other.
I am a big converter of friends. I have one of my best friends here. When I came back from Schumacher College with all this ecological mindset, and it was really hard to go back to friendships because it was not the reality of even the topic of conversation. I couldn't speak to my friends. I had nothing to share with them. And what I understood is I had to meet them where they were and understand where they were and have sympathy for what they were going through, because I was going through the same thing a few years ago. And they have the capacity to change if they want to, well, they should, as much as I have and as much as anyone has. So the thing that I've got my head around is just be an example. So I have done my life an example of change, truly understanding and owning my responsibility in the place of privilege which I have, into showing that it is possible to work with systemic change. And I hope to inspire my friends, and whenever they want to talk about anything around the climate movement, ecology, self-knowledge, spirituality, I am 100% open and available. So I have converted a few friends, and they are like my kids. I just love when a friend said, I quit, and I'm going to do something else. And I was like, yeah, go for it. So I think, of course, we have to respect. I do agree that we're all trying to do our best, and we have to respect each other's journey. But showing that it is possible maybe is a way.
I think also, sorry, I know I've spoken a lot.
Yeah.
Quickly.
I mean, no. No, I think, yeah, if you can say something and then we'll jump 2 more questions.
Yeah. I think a big reason for a lot of people not feeling like they can engage or having capacity to engage is because of cognitive dissonance. And I think the media's done a very good job at dividing people in the last decade or so. I mean, they've always been good at it, but I've felt it especially in the last decade or so. The UK has become a very, very divided place. People are being pitted against each other by the mass media, but also by social media. I feel like there's a lot of fractures that have happened in the last decade, especially. But I also think for a lot of people who aren't in the socioeconomic place to put themselves on the line or dedicate time, money, resources, energy to activism, it's because life is pretty fucking hard for a lot of people, and it's been made harder by the government. And for some people, the climate crisis is not a tangible enough problem in their lives from one day to the next. It's getting food on the table. It's crunching out those 8 hours of work for shit pay. You know, I get paid below the national average. I'm a learning assistant. I love what I do. I don't do it for the money, but it would help if I had more money. So, you know, I think there's something to be said for people who really do want to be involved and would be involved if they felt they had the means and the capacity. And at the moment, I feel that's being stripped away from people through this government's cruel agenda, I think.
Yeah. And when I said before, I wasn't responding to you talking too much. I was responding to a different thought. Sorry, I'm a bit all over the spot. Yeah, but I mean, we're getting that ping going, so everyone should feel free to jump in as they like. But we'll take 2 more questions. So one here at the front and one there in the middle. And then, sorry, we'll try and get someone from the back. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, do you want it, Mike? Yeah.
A lot of people talk about speaking truth to power. And I wonder if you have experience of talking to people who are very powerful. Some people talk about encountering a completely different paradigm where people think they're doing good and they just don't understand what you're talking about. But the other thing I'm also really curious about is that many people who are in power have indeed a kind of psychopathic mentality, which you may have studied. And I'd love to know what your experience is of encountering that and how you think that should be tackled.
Cool. Thanks. Hi, my name's Ellen. I want to ask, you've talked a lot about kind of storytelling and whether that's to friends or to via film or whatever. And we've also talked a lot about really big, complex, intersectional things that when we have this kind of space and time are quite easy to unpick and communicate. And I wondered, do you have any advice for multiple contexts? I work in communications for Triodos Bank, and I think about this quite a lot, for how we communicate those things like simply, quickly, and effectively in a way that really makes people feel without reducing them to a single issue, because I find that quite challenging quite a lot.
Thanks. Does anyone feel like saying anything? Elle.
Yeah, I think you can speak truth to power, but power doesn't listen. You can rage at power, and power doesn't listen. You can send them love notes, and they're not going to care. Most of the time, it matters about whether or not you have money. I remember I mentioned going to Kenya, and the World Bank was funding these evictions. It turned out they'd carried out a whole human rights report into the evictions, the burnings of properties, the occasional killings. And the report basically concluded that it wasn't their fault because they'd hired subcontractors, and how are they to know? And, you know, it wasn't actually their problem. And the lady said that to me, and I just couldn't believe it. I gave up at that point, talking to power. On the second question, sorry, what was the second one? I did have a thought.
Yeah, it was about communicating things effectively and succinctly, complex things.
So I always thought that I could try and communicate to power through drawing out those common connections, those simple links, the things that every human believes in, the things that we all want, a safe home, food for our children, somewhere nice to live, and something fulfilling to do. And I thought that if we tried to build links with power through drawing on those common threads, then maybe we could try and work on something together. It turns out it doesn't really work like that. I've found that often they aren't just in the same mind space as us. They aren't people, really. They're corporations. But whenever we're trying to talk to people, to other organizations, if we can focus on those common themes, and normally it is through drawing them out with stories about ourselves, about our personal experiences, then by focusing on those aspects that we have in common, we make a lot more headway than anything that we do where we're focusing on our differences.
I think I'd like to jump in. I think power is in structures, not in individuals, and that actually a lot of the the individuals in so-called power actually don't know what they're doing. They're not here having these discussions that bring systemic awareness. Where are they going to get that from? It's not in anyone's interest. Well, it's not in their interest to recognize it, but I think they're blind. I had the privilege of interviewing John Perkins earlier, who was an economic hitman, was someone who was going into countries at the behest of IMF and making structural adjustment loans that were about extracting, and he was an agent of colonialism, and he isn't a sociopath, but he was blind, and he also shared that the thing that helped him see things was that he wasn't happy. He realized he was he was addicted, depressed, anxious, and that therefore that we have to, I feel sorry for those people who don't see the bigger picture and who are not able to kind of drop into community and ecology because they're trapped in this power system. And so to those people, I'd communicate it quite simply, is that they have to do the work of looking inwards to then look outwards. And yeah, I don't believe they really know what they're doing until they do that.
I would slightly disagree.
Go for it.
I'm sure there are some people who are, like you said, are quite blinded and perhaps don't understand the full extent of their actions, but I think there are a great deal of people who do know what they're doing, they know exactly what they're doing, and they have a vested interest in the status quo. If you just look at, our Prime Minister, and he's got all of his grubby little fingers and all of the dirty little pies that make up this whole mess. If you look at people like Suella Braverman, for example, and, the sort of stuff that she comes out with, I think that has to be coming from an inner place for her. I don't think anyone with a conscience would be able to just be given those lines and just spew them out. I think that must come from her. And I think that, the people, and I've said this before, the people in power have a vested interest in the destruction of the natural world and of people's livelihoods, and that's why we need to get serious in stopping them at the root. We need to, pull them out root and stem, and I think that's the only way that this is going to work. I'm not saying that in a way to incite violence. That's not what I'm getting at. But we need to get a little bit more gritty, I think, and like I said, target those individuals fast and hard so that they know that this cannot continue and there is no space for them to operate in the way that they've been operating. I want to just speak a little bit about neocolonialism and neoliberalism, because I think that is a massive driving force of the situation that we're in. And, you know, Britain is still, even though we're a geopolitical laughingstock at the moment, we are still a financial empire. We built the system that everyone, the whole world uses economically, the offshore accounts, you know, the City of London Corporation, all of the dirty money still comes through Britain. So I feel that Britain is a key player in all of this. And if we can start, you know, from home and try as much as we can to eradicate those people in power that are deliberately making life hard for all of us and the rest of the world, that is a key piece of fighting this fight. And that means that the people in the global south can have, well, their land back, because let's not forget the people in the global south were the very first environmental activists. They've been environmental activists since the very day that the Europeans set foot on those lands and colonized them. And as I've said before, they are on the front line, bearing the brunt of this fight here and now. They are facing drought, food shortages, they're facing violence and in the very worst cases, murder on a day-to-day basis, just for voicing opinions like these. That's my point about speaking to power. What was the second question? It was about communicating. It's hard. It's really hard. And I think all of us have gone through this with, you know, peers and other people. It's really hard to put things in succinct terms because it's such a massive issue. But I would echo what other people have said, and I would try and tailor it to the person that you're speaking to, because everyone has their own motivations and struggles in life. And I think what I try and do is take a slightly anti-establishment approach of we're being taken advantage of, and we are being pitted against each other, and all you have to do is look at the struggles that you face in your everyday life and follow where that's coming from, and it's all coming from the same place. You know, social justice is climate justice, and we need to do a better job of pairing the two together because they are intrinsically linked. And I think that's how I go about trying to put it in real terms for people in my life, but it might not work for everyone.
Yeah, totally. So with 5 minutes left, we'll hear from you down in the back with the red hair. Can you project your voice? Oh, okay. Okay, down there right at the back. I'm sorry. I'm going to, oh wait, you were the one, yeah, okay, I did say you could ask her. No, raise it. We might not be able to answer it. I know, I would love to have more of a dialogue, but I'm gonna have to stop you. Thank you. I heard your question about. Yeah, sorry. We only have 2 minutes left, and I want to hear from everyone on this panel before. I'm so sorry. I genuinely am. We have been exhausted up here as well. Thank you. Bye. See you again. Oh. Yeah, we can I wanted to say, like, we can sit with those questions, and I want to hear, you can respond to those questions, or you can say something you want to wrap up with, each one of you. You want to start with Jack?
Yeah, for sure. There's been a few mentions of storytelling over here and the role of art. I think that's a really interesting point. We have Isabella Noero, who's here, who works with me at Earthrise, and her whole kind of role with us is collaborative. She's head of collaborations, and we work a lot with cultural institutions like the Barbican, for example. Paulina, who's one of our editors, is sat here in the audience, currently editing a film for the Barbican. And we feel it's incredibly important to be working with these cultural institutions to get this message across. I said a thing earlier which maybe is worth repeating, and it's something actually that's been very heavily inspired by a guy called Damon Gamu, who's a documentary filmmaker. I'm sure you're familiar with his work, and he did a brilliant TED talk about the need to tell new stories. And in it, he said this piece that stories influence culture, stories transform culture, culture transforms values, values transform thoughts, is that it? Thoughts transform leaders, leaders the system. That's it, something like that. He says it much better. And I think it's a really, really valuable point. I think it's absolutely vital that we start to transcend these narratives into mainstream culture, and that happens through art. And I think the way we can start to tell these stories differently, we're all at risk of being in our own echo chambers, right? Our own silos. I think that's a risk here at these types of events, certainly on social media. And how do we get it more into the mainstream? I know we need to wrap this up. So I think we need to think of new tactics when we tell stories around the climate. I think we need to be more affirmative. Someone mentioned the far right. They're very good at storytelling because they're much more affirmative with their storytelling. They're like, here's how our lives can be made better. That's what people want to know. Whereas I think in the climate space, we often talk about the changes we need to make as a sacrifice, and who wants to make sacrifice. People's lives are hard as it is. So I think we need to get better at saying, here's how our lives can be better if we make these changes.
I think that's a great point to end on. I want to give anyone who wants a last word an opportunity.
No, it's been a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Really appreciate you all being here. Really appreciate all of this support and that you all showed up. Thank you so much.
Hello? 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 I'm very happy to be able to introduce my dear friend and colleague, Charles Eisenstein. We've been collaborating for more than a decade, and he has been willing to travel the world to join us in our international conferences, always doing so without charging. He's a promoter, as you know, of the gift economy, and he's been carrying the gift of his voice, his wisdom, across the world with great generosity and, as I said, wisdom. Welcome, Charles.
All right, here we are again. Yeah, I remember when I first got in touch with Helena. I think she actually reached out to me to invite me. I can't remember how it happened, but I felt like so humbled and honored, like for real, not as a figure of speech. I was like, really, me? Because I so admired her work. I had been following. Well, I had seen the film Ancient Futures many years before, and I was just I felt like incredulous. So I'm really happy to, and I felt also, you know, one thing that touched me about Ancient Futures is that it validated these unformed beliefs that I had that needed expression in some way. And as soon as I saw the film, I was like, oh yeah, that's what I've been trying to say. That's what I'm talking about. That it was a much deeper critique. I don't even want to use the word critique, you know what I mean? I think, aren't a lot of us a little fed up with critique? With the idea that if we could only figure out and lay out everything that is wrong with society, then everybody would be like, oh yeah, that was wrong, let's stop doing that. And then if we give them an alternative, then they'll start doing that. And so like, this whole approach presupposes that the way to go about it is that you start with analyzing and follow with planning. And that often leads to despair, because when you analyze it, the complex of causes is so all-encompassing that you're just dumbfounded. And then any plan that you make, either you're ignoring some of these powerful forces and it's totally unrealistic, or you take everything into account and then like you don't even know what the first step is. All the while, we share a sense, or we wouldn't be here, that there is a way to an ancient future. I call it the more beautiful world our hearts know is possible. To be hopeful does not require that you know the path. Hope is an authentic premonition. It's a premonition of something that is actually possible. And as long as you maintain contact with that premonition, that accurate premonition of possibility, then you will continually feel hopeful. This is not something that's easy to do alone. That's why gatherings like this are so important, where either directly in words or simply through witnessing the hope of others and the action that comes from the hope, we know we're not alone. We're like, oh yeah, I wasn't crazy. Because if it were impossible, then this person and this person and this person wouldn't be doing this incredible work. It wouldn't make sense if it were impossible. If it were impossible, maybe I would just, retreat to my garden and plant rose bushes and smell the flowers as long as I can until the world-destroying machine chews that up too. To carve out a little habitation for myself as long as possible. That's what I would be doing. But I'm not, and you're not either. So I've become involved kind of by surprise in politics through some strange synchronicities. I have become an advisor to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in his presidential campaign. I'm glad to hear at least some affirmation of that. If I mention it, it's like I just farted in the room, and people are like, let's pretend we didn't hear that and change the topic to something else. You just said something very embarrassing because, he's not acceptable in polite, educated company. And maybe some of you have a perception of him that is generated by the mainstream media and that filters out into the so-called progressive community, which is an abuse of the word community, the progressive world. Speaking of progressive, I want to actually dredge that up for a moment to examine. It's become among the educated, technical, and professional class a synonym for good. Like, that was a really progressive apple pie you made there. But it was a synonym for political virtue, even though so-called progressives have abandoned many of the precepts that were defining of the movement, or almost were, like peace, for example, civil liberties, and the removal of corporate corruption from governance. But certain aspects of progressive, even the word, if you think of the term progress, it comes from progress. So progressive means we're making things better and better, drawing on the progress that we've already made, and we got to keep it going. Like, that's progressive. We're going to make progress. But what is the foundation, the conceptual foundation of this progress? Often it means bringing the benefits of technology and all that goes along with it to more and more people. That's progress. If you electrify the country, give everybody, electrical power, that's progress. If you give everybody indoor plumbing, that's progress. If everybody, out of the goodness of our hearts, we give everybody in Africa a laptop and a cell phone and put them within cell phone range, that's progress. We're making their lives better. This conception of progress, though, where does it lead? It leads to where my country is right now, which is an advanced state of civil and psychic decay, misery, record suicide rates, a quarter of the population on antidepressants. I just made that up. But I think it's maybe, rhetorically speaking, it's accurate to say that it's a quarter of the population. Probably it's about 20%. Chronic disease, 50-60% of the people chronically ill. And a vacuum, a void of meaning and purpose. That's the terminus of progress. So anyway, in progressive circles, why? But why? Why is this candidate such anathema? So the most common smear is, well, he's an anti-vaxxer and a conspiracy theorist. Why is anti-vaxxer such a devastating slur. Why? If we had Ivan Illich here, he would probably be able to explain it better than I can. But it has to do with the, in The Ascent of Humanity, which I wrote 20 years ago, I had a whole section questioning the germ theory of disease and the safety, efficacy, and necessity of vaccines. A couple pages in there. Not that I think that germs don't exist or anything like that, but the germ is one lens through which to see illness, and it reveals some things, and it has its uses. But there are other lenses that tap into different causalities and different ontologies, different understandings of how things happen and what even exists in the world. And to establish supremacy of the germ theory at the expense of, what rural people in Burkina Faso might believe about the origin of disease. Like, we're so sure that we know better. And that here's another example of progress, which would be to bring the biomedical reductionist view to all of the benighted places on earth that still indulge in primitive understandings of evil spirits and so forth. Or a holistic view of the body that hosts pathogens, so-called, in order to cleanse the body of physical wastes or even psychic wastes. Like this is intuitively clear to all of us who have been through an intense fever. Something not just physical is cleaned from one's being. So, ironically, our current paradigm of illness is very, very similar to the idea of invisible spirits. Because, really, what is a virus but an invisible spirit that the priests tell us exists? The priests being the trained scientists, the medical doctors who have gone through a very long ordeal in order to be granted the authority to expel evil spirits from your body. And the evil spirits, even if you are unclean and you even touch another person or even are in their presence, the evil spirit can possess them as well. And in order to protect yourself against the evil spirit, you have to place a magical tablet in your mouth in the superstitious belief that that will ward off the spirits, or even take a potion and inject it into your veins. And you do all of this in a sanctified environment where people wear masks and special garments and have placards on the walls inscribed in a archaic language. The whole thing, the instruments that they use are sanctified in a special chamber with a word called disinfectant written on it. The whole thing is absolutely, okay, and this, I'm not just on a lark here, this is part of the reason why anti-vaxxer is such a devastating label, because you are defying the unconscious or unrecognized religion of our time. This whole system of ritual is based on a view of reality that is at the core of the progressive program. Because if you question that, then you pretty much have to question everything else. So somebody it's so basic. This is medical progress. How can you question that? It's the betterment of life. It's the triumph over the dark forces that have sought to infect us. It is such an affront to question this key dogma of our time that it marks somebody off as a heretic. And that's how they're treated, like a heretic. They are excommunicated from funding and ostracized from polite company. And that treatment in one form or another is given to anybody who really mounts a serious challenge to reigning structures of power. But it's not, if you only understand it as a power game, you're missing some of the picture. A powerful critic of what is must be drawing from an alternative story of what is and what can be. It's not, the critics who receive the most devastating attacks are not those who say, well, we're just not quite doing this right. We should switch our technologies. We should reform our organizations. We can do progress better than we have been doing it. Those people are welcomed and even celebrated. But those who question the very core of what progress is, it's very challenging to hear that, because our identity, our roles in society are entwined with the rightness of society itself and the integrity and soundness of society itself. You challenge an idea, you challenge the system, you're also challenging the person. And tapping into a universal feeling of not feeling at home here. People's hearts are not in it anymore. Earlier in the lobby, Krisha asked me, how do you speak, it's okay, how do you speak to people in power? How do you speak to people in corporations and governments? People who seem to have power, anyway. Whether they actually have power, that would be another question. Power to do what? You know, the idea that if we could only get those people to change, everything would be fine, everything would be better. A lot of them have changed, but they don't know what to do because they feel constrained by the systems that embed them. Once you enter into one of those positions, you can almost only do what the job description of that position is, because you're dealing with organizations that have tremendous inertia. And if you act too far outside of the culture of that organization, you'll be removed very quickly. And even if you're not, people won't know what to do. They won't even know how to obey your orders. You can't, like this idea that change will happen if we have the right people giving orders. We have the right people in charge. No, it doesn't work that way. You put the right person in charge and they become the wrong person again. So how do we actually change things here? Manish I asked Manish this question in some form, or it arose in our conversation where he's doing this prison university program in India. And the way that it happened, it's not like he sat down with a bunch of other smart guys and it's like, okay, let's come up with a plan to reform all prisons in India and then in the world. Okay, we're gonna have to write a big blueprint, and all these steps. No, he had a personal relationship with someone in the prison. Maybe it was the warden, or maybe that was what followed. And he implemented it in one place. And it flourished and it grew, and then now people from other prisons, wardens, officials in other prisons that get interested. I hope I'm not butchering the story too much. Hopefully Manish isn't in the room here. Okay, I don't see him, good. Manish and Bio and I tend to avoid each other's presentations for some reason. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. So other prison wardens visit, you know, and then they want to have him come into their prison, and he says, okay, but only if I can bring in all my own people, and I have complete free reign to do whatever I want. And if they meet that condition, then maybe he enters into another prison and starts doing the work there. This is how change actually happens. So to return to the question, who's powerful here? See, you don't know it, but this is a gathering of the secret world government. It operates on a different level of causality than we have been educated to believe in. But all of these local projects they generate a morphic field of a kind of a change that through mundane and mysterious ways spreads through the world. Yeah, I'm not involved in politics. I mean, to the extent I'm involved, I'm very much behind the scenes, which I actually enjoy. It's a welcome break to not be the center of attention. But the reason I'm doing it isn't because, oh boy, now I get to actually make a difference. Boy, what an insult that would have been to my career on the margins of the global conversations, that I had only started to actually make a difference when I join the powers who administer the system and the ideology that I've critiqued my whole life. No, the reason that I'm working in that realm right now, it's not because they're actually more powerful. It's because they're not less powerful than you either. And I trust the deployment of that intelligence that knows where I am to be and what my particular configuration of gifts is useful for. Doing my part in really what is the common goal that we have here. And how does this tie into the localization movement? The common goal is to reknit our connections. What is localism actually? It's the building of relationships in a place. Just that simple. Relationships to other human beings, relationships to plants and animals, soil, wind, water, and the unseen beings that inhabit a place that become subtly visible through long relationship and through looking for them. They're very hard to see if you don't believe that they exist. Same with human beings, too. It's hard to see another person if you don't believe that they exist. And what I mean by that is that if you see them as something other than what they really are, a full human being, a divine soul made flesh, and instead see them as a member of a category, then you will not see them. So localization is about rebuilding relationships. It's about knitting the world back together again, because it has been so atomized, so fragmented, leaving us desperately lonely and, as I said before, with the feeling that we're not at home. change at the systems level, change in the halls of power comes mostly as a symptom, as a side effect of a broader social, political, psychological change. You could, you know, install as president, like, you know, imagine if extraterrestrials came down and impressed everybody so much that it was agreed that the extraterrestrials would install the new president. And so they installed the most saintly, wisest person in the entire world. And now he's president of the world. And then they pack up into their flying saucers and they speed away back to the Pleiades. What would happen? Nothing is what would happen. That new world president wouldn't be able to implement anything if he were working against the agreement field of the world. So for all of the hope that we have invested in a succession of new leaders promising hope and change, from, you know, Barack Obama to Donald Trump. I mean, a lot of people believed that of him too. Another thing that you can't mention in polite company, but you know, it wasn't just a collection of racists and bigots. Not that they were absent from his campaign, but it wasn't just that. You know, it was people who believed that he was going to drain the swamp. He was going to change the culture of Washington, D.C. He was going to do it, the man. And Bobby Kennedy won't be any different either if there is not a psychic field, a morphic field of relationship building that he can draw on. It's not just a psychic field, a spiritual field, but it's also like the practical, local relational institutions that provide, like the prison university, that provide living examples of what's possible. And you experience that and you feel good. And you are reminded of what home, the real home, is like. And you know that it is possible. And as I said before, when you know that it is possible, then you have the courage to take the next step and the sensitivity to recognize what the next step is. So in speaking to people in power, I guess the other thing I would say is that you have to speak to them from what I call a new story. You have to step out of the game in which people make their decisions based on calculations of self-interest, power, and profit. You have to stop speaking their language, which is the opposite of the advice you normally get. Well, you got to speak their language. You have to, yeah, I know that what you really want is to save this rainforest, but and the reason that you want to save this rainforest is because you love it. Yeah, I know that, but come on, we're going to be talking to those corporate guys over there, and so we have to show them how they're going to save money by saving the rainforest. We're going to have to show them how the planet is going to die if we don't save the rainforest. We have to appeal to their self-interest because we know who they are. They are less human and less divine than we are. So we got to speak their language, the language that they are immersed in. But it's actually the language that they're fed up with too. And if we speak from that place, we just stay on the same merry-go-round. And we, end up losing the battle because once you make it about power and profit, guess what? There's actually, sorry, green development people, but there's actually more power and more profit in continuing the despoliation of this planet. You can't make the conversation about that. You have to appeal to another, and I would say deeper, aspect of the human being, which is the desire to contribute to something that is beautiful and meaningful to you, to enact the purpose with which we are here, which is to well, half of the purpose is to serve life and beauty on earth. The other half is to enjoy and experience the awe and wonder and pleasure of being embodied here, to receive the gift of creation so that we can then give forth into creation. That's actually what progress is. Under all of these terms that have been co-opted in maintenance of the world-destroying machine, there's also a higher octave vibration of that. They are tapping into a genuine desire. The goal of humanity is not to stay the same, but to become part of it, to apply all of our gifts toward creation. So, in that view of the human being, and in that state of consciousness, and in the recognition of that also that lives within you, then you see it in the powerful. You speak to that. You invoke it and evoke it and bring it forth by seeing it. And maybe you don't name it exactly the way I did, but that's who you're speaking to. And that is then the language that you speak. Now, occasionally you might give a little lip service to, yes, and this is going to help your company's bottom line or whatever, just to placate the skeptical guardian at the threshold that won't even let you in to talk to the real human being. You have to, maybe sometimes throw Cerebrus a piece of meat, and while he's busy chomping at it, then you go in there and speak to the real human being. But that's the only way. That's the only way. Reminds me of the what was the guy's name? The Indian land reform guru, the guy who would go to landowners. Bonoba, yeah. He would go to landowners and be like, I think you should give 1/6 of your land. Was it 1/6 usually? To the landless peasants. And they'd be like, oh yeah? Who are you? And what's in it for me? And he said, nothing. But I know you want to do it. And it wasn't rhetoric. He actually saw that which within them that wanted to do it. And boy, that part of them might have been pretty lonely. And he came and he recognized it. That's unstoppable. This is what we have to understand about the human being if we're going to live in a world that expresses that truth of the human being. They want to do it. They want to do something brave. They want to do something meaningful, just like all of us do. And the obstacles to doing it are the same. Will I be okay? What will other people think? What's going to happen? It's kind of a step into the unknown. I guess that's the core. Thank you. The core, I was going to say, of the rebuilding relationships. We talk a lot about local food systems and local systems of reciprocity that reverse the centuries-long conversion of relationships into money. and we begin to replace monetized relationships with, I call them gift relationships. They're not without expectation or possibility of return. In fact, community is woven through gifts that are known and acknowledged, witnessed by the community. So yeah, like gifts of food, of watching each other's children, of borrowing each other's tools, those are part of a relocalization. But you know, in a lot of places, given the habits of life that people are deeply immersed in, like in a typical American suburb, and given how busy people are, how crushed they are by the pressures of making ends meet, in a lot of places, it's hard to actually go that far into those tangible forms of gift economy. But there's always, you know, the needs that have been replaced by monetized relationships are reaching deeper and deeper into human relationships and the human psyche. The functions that have been replaced by technology mediated by markets are getting down to the core of what it is to be human. For example, the ability to imagine being replaced by images created, well, by, you know, distant producers, but even by artificial intelligence. You know, when images are being made for you all the time, then do you start to lose your ability to make your own images? When choices are dictated by authorities through the process of schooling, and you become, and you never get the chance to make meaningful choices, then do you lose that capacity as well and become addicted to being told what to do? So like the forms of social and spiritual capital that have been taken away go that deep, and so the healing process also needs to incorporate that level. And that's maybe why we feel a kinship. You know, those of us who are doing local, like tangible local economy stuff feel a kinship with people who are doing, you know, relational kinds of counseling and building the social and moral skills of place building again. And all, like, basically what I'm saying is that anything that we do to restore lost connections feeds the base of where political change comes from. That was a bit of a long-winded point. Thank you, though, for indulging it. And I think I'm going to, yeah, I want a little bit of input here. I'm not sure how much time we have left. I went on longer than I was hoping. But would anybody like to pose a question or a direction? Yes, let's take this gentleman in front. Yeah, I'm not, yeah, he said I didn't say anything positive about the candidate. The question was implicit, saying I didn't say anything positive about the candidate. Yeah, you know, I'm not really here giving a campaign speech, but I would say that in my experience, the reason that I trust him and want him to be a leader is first because he's courageous, second because he's kind. The thing that kind of sealed the deal for me was we were having this initial campaign meeting, and Kennedy was late to the room because he had taken all of the little kids down to the to the beach in Hyannisport, where the Kennedy compound is, and was like entertaining the kids. He was doing the childcare, basically, while everybody else was like already starting this important meeting. and just the way he connected to the children was so genuine. And the other thing is that another, and this is not about his political positions, most of which I agree with and some of which I do not. But the other thing is that because he was an addict, an alcoholic, drug addict, and went through the humiliating process of hitting bottom and, now is in recovery, goes to 12-step meetings. The guy is not under any illusion that he's better than anybody else. It's hard to buy in to the elitism that runs our society for the benefit of the proles if you have a firm conviction that you're not better than anybody else. So those are some positive things I can say about the candidate. Yes, and yes, ma'am. Yeah. Interesting. People are interested in politics here, aren't they? Yeah. So for those who didn't hear, the question was when Bobby said we're going to dismantle the 800 military bases that the U.S. maintains around the world, and what are we going to do with that money? And so she suggested, hey, what about dachas like they have in both Ukraine and Russia, where people are growing. I think Russia, these are statistics from like 2011, but there were small producers in gardens and very small farms were producing like 50% of most of their categories of foodstuffs. I mean, we could do that everywhere. There's no reason for anybody to be hungry anywhere. This is one of the forms of artificial scarcity that takes the disguise of abundance. But amidst the abundance and obscene overabundance, there are, 1 in 7 children in America go to bed hungry every night. Probably a little bit less in most of Europe. It's probably pretty bad here too. Like, how is that possible? So, yeah, and then you mentioned also that Russia has banned GMOs and, has a huge organic agriculture movement. Yeah, and in fact, I seem to remember that the turning point of Western hostility to Russia came when they banned GMOs. And interestingly, Ukraine, I think, had kicked out Monsanto and had very strict laws protecting land ownership there. But when the United States fomented the 2014 coup, one of the first things to change was those laws. And now, agribusinesses are quite involved in Ukraine. Anyway, I don't necessarily need to go down into all those details, especially because someone will probably fact check me and tell me, that I got it wrong. But this question, what do we do with all that money? Something like $8 trillion was spent on the regime change wars after 9/11. Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Libya, Afghanistan. Yeah, $8 trillion, which is something like $80,000 or $100,000 per US household. I mean, we could have had, medical care free for all. We could have had college tuition free for all. We could have done any number of things. We could have had bike paths linking every door in our country. I mean, and it's not, so for me, it's not so much, well, what would we do with that money? It's the sense of possibility that is opened up when you shift from war to peace. When you shift from focus on an external enemy, and always going along with it is an internal enemy. You know, the external enemy is the COVID virus. The internal enemy are those people who aren't obeying the mandates. The external enemy is Vladimir Putin. The internal enemy are the Russian sympathizers. This is a universal pattern in totalitarian societies that George Orwell described very eloquently. You have to have a war, and then you have to have a traitor. He said if Goldstein, who's the traitor figure in 1984, if he didn't exist, we would have to invent them. We would have to invent him, and we will continue he will continue to come back again and again and again as an object of hate, which is a way to unify society in hate. And that we become susceptible to that. We become susceptible to hate, and we become susceptible to fascism when we don't have other ways that we are unified. But when we are in a tight-knit community, that need to belong to something and define yourself, to belong to something bigger and define yourself, is no longer present, because you already know who you are. Because a human being ultimately is not a separate self. We are relationship. We are the totality of our relationships. And as those relationships are stripped away, as we come into disconnection with the people and the plants and the places around us, and all of the different trees become just a tree. Like, a lot of kids cannot identify 5 trees. You know, it's just the infinity of beings becomes reduced to a few categories, and we come into relationship with abstractions rather than real things. And the more that happens, the more alone that we feel. And the more alone we feel, and we don't know who we are, because a stripping of a relationship is a stripping away of a part of the self. And we become these naked, isolated individuals, desperately hungry to reconnect, desperately in need of to know who I am. And the fascist narrative says, here's who you are, and it is in relation to a dehumanized subclass and an external enemy. This is the field from which our current political authoritarianism and worse is drawing. And so you cannot just change that on the level of politics. You have to restore the connections that make us resilient to those kinds of appeals. Yeah. Maybe if you stand up, I can hear you better. The first step on the path for a non-Indigenous person. Yeah, I don't think I could offer a universal formula for that, as each person is unique, but the first step on the path, I could say, is to know that there is a path. To embrace the impulse and to understand what exactly is it, if what you're seeking. If you're not clear what it is, then you could end up in the cul-de-sac of cultural appropriation and the decontextualized imitation of the ways of indigenous people. And that will not meet the need that seeks to be met. Really what the need is to reconnect. And it has to start, I guess maybe you could say with so I said first, affirming the necessity of that and the rightness of that. And then to honestly look at your current situation with compassion. If you are in a state of guilt and blame for your complicity in the world-destroying machine, then you're missing part of the picture. You're missing the part of the picture that is, this is the response to life which you embody in the conditions that you are in. And the new information that you are receiving changes the conditions that life as this is in. And I will see new things and make new choices. Thank you for the information that has come to me, that has made me no longer tolerate the lesser life that passes for normal and that rests upon the exploitation and destruction of life. Yeah.
Thank you for talking about the fact that anti-vax has become the new slur of our times. We don't talk about this in Britain. We don't talk about the fact that we nearly, or have we, I'm still not sure, abandoned the principle of informed consent. We're not talking about the fact that our government is currently negotiating behind the scenes a new treaty and set of amendments to the international health regulations. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's no discussion in Parliament, in public, with the NHS. So this has been something, perhaps, of all the things that have happened in the last few years, the thing that has been the most painful for me and continues to be. And I wondered if you had any thoughts or advice about how we can start talking about it again. Not necessarily in a big angry policy context, but actually address as a society what we feel about our relationship to healthcare and our bodies and the life force and our own responsibility for our own health and well-being versus external bodies, and what we can do in terms of action and practice to bring that back.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, thank you. So the question was, how do we start talking about healthcare and true informed consent and recovering sovereignty over our bodies from the experts and technological systems to which it has been surrendered? And anybody who has been in this realm knows how frozen the ideological positions are and how impossible it is to even have a conversation. You know, the conversation is like maybe I would say, you know, gosh, this person I know, like I might tell a story. They took their child to their baby wellness visit and they got their vaccines and the baby cried for 3 nights and the doctor said it was normal and they said, okay, I guess it'll be fine. And they took them a few months later and they got the same thing, the other vaccines, and they cried for 5 days. And then the baby stopped making eye contact and stopped speaking and regressed. And the doctor says, well, that's coincidence. Like I might tell somebody that story. That's the first part of the conversation. And they say, there is not a shred of scientific evidence for that vaccines are not safe. And I say, okay, well, here's 50 peer-reviewed studies that you can read that you seriously call it into question. And they say, are you expecting me to read that garbage? So like there's no conversation possible. And to understand why, you have to understand what I said before. Like the threat to an entire worldview is so deep because that's such a fundamental cornerstone. You know, Ivan Illich identified medicine and education as two of the cornerstones of the entire edifice of our society. The only valid excuse to take your child out of school is a doctor's note. Like they are the priests, okay? The child has been possessed by an evil spirit, he must not stay in school. So you have to understand what you're actually speaking about. And then when you understand that, then you are better able to know when to speak and when not to speak and what to speak. What is the most powerful is if people can hear a story. And that is why the main target of censorship today is on health issues. That's where most of the censorship is happening. And, you know, for the last, even before COVID though, like you cannot post to YouTube a video about how you healed from cancer with herbs. That will get taken down. Alternative cancer cures is against YouTube policy. So that's why they try to suppress the stories, and that shows us what is actually effective, which is personal stories. You cannot argue with a story. And if you can tell that story without the secret agenda of taking down somebody's worldview, but with respect, and maybe an invitation, what is your story, you know? How is, and then when people feel safe, then their doubts can surface. So I guess it's about stepping out of the habits of combat. Yeah. I keep calling on people in the front. Let me call someone in the back. This gentleman here, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not money. Yeah. Also, I want to have a time check. I'm feeling 7 minutes? Okay. Yeah, because I want to have a couple minutes to wrap it up. So the question was about 2020 being, like he said, 2019 was the good old days. And then 2020, everything fell apart and we entered into this madness. But you know, everything that was happening under the COVID regime was already gathering beforehand. None of what happened was new. The migration of life onto the internet, that was not a new trend. It took extreme form during COVID, but work, meetings, dating, shopping, entertainment, education, all of these basic functions of life were migrating online. The tendency to stay indoors all the time, to not go out in public, that was already happening. The censorship of information, the control of information, that was happening well underway before COVID. The fear of other people, yeah. The separation, like not wanting to touch people. The decline of public space, and even the idea of the public. All of that was well underway. What COVID did is it showed us kind of a snapshot of the future to which we were headed. And when you get a clear vision of where you're going, then you know what you're choosing. You have a choice point. That's why I called my book The Coronation, that I wrote about this, that a coronation is an initiation into sovereignty and into choice. And so the path that we had blindly followed as a society now becomes visible. And we are asked, is this really where you want to go? Because that's what the future will be if we do not choose otherwise. I've been saying a lot that collapse will not save us. There's this hope among many environmentalists. It's kind of a hope and a dread mixed together. Collapse is coming, like violent ecological collapse is coming. For others, it's social collapse, political collapse, economic collapse, but it's coming, and there's nothing we can do about it, but at least that is going to birth us into a new era. It will force us to make the changes that we have not chosen to make. And I used to kind of believe that and saw this as a process of birth. But now I'm not so sure. I think that what happens with a crisis like this and with this preview that we are given is that we have an opportunity to choose. Kind of like each stage of hitting bottom for an addict. You have that moment of sobriety where you see what's happening to your life and you have a choice. Do I want to continue? There's always a lower bottom, actually. There's always a choice. And what we can do today with the awareness of the choice, we can live into a different future that takes the form of our personal choices and our alignments with it. And a lot of these choices may be like very small, seemingly small. They don't involve huge campaigns, although they might. They don't involve, let's figure out how to reach the powerful people and get into the corporate boardrooms, because that's where the change is going to happen. They might not involve that, although they might. It's not that those people are less powerful than the woman who I met a couple weeks ago who runs a preschool in California. And I went to visit there with my friend where he was picking up his 3-year-old. And I saw the principal of the school. It's a small school, and they spend all their time outdoors, all day outdoors. And she was speaking to a child, and she was kneeling down and eye to eye, like really speaking to her as she would to an adult, really, in a certain way, not using adult words, but without any kind of patronization, like full soul-to-soul respect. And I stepped onto the grounds of that place. It felt like I was stepping onto sacred land, a shrine. And when she was done with the child, she saw me and she runs up and gives me a huge hug and thanks me for coming. I mean, it turned out she has followed my work a little bit, but it was like the energy. I just felt every cell in my body relax. And I knew in that moment, not intellectually, but in my body, that without her work, the Kennedy campaign would have no chance of success. Because what she has done in that, 1/10 of a hectare of land is to open a portal, a through line to the future that I also serve. Like, she anchors it in a place. And as it is anchored in a place, it becomes possible. It enters the realm of possibility. and it radiates outward. And through unseen threads of causality, it results in the symptoms that we call political change. And so I'm not saying only do those things, but if that is what you are called to do, please do not labor under the delusion that it is less important than anything that a president or a CEO does. It's all part of the same return. Yeah, thank you.